Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Sunday, May 11th, 2025, and it's a beautiful sunny day here at Polderbaan. Polderbaan now still in use for departures, together with the center runway, but from 11 o'clock they're expecting a change in wind and a change in runway use. So let's have a quick look and see what is happening. We have wind that is blowing from the east, but it's a little bit south, and it's expected to turn a little bit further to the south, and departures to the north would mean having tailwind. So what they are planning to do, if you check out the expected runway use, now of course this is just an expectation, so we'll have to see in actuality if it's going to go through or not, but from 11 o'clock onwards, landings on this runway and on the center runway, and then takeoffs from 18 left. Right now, Polderbaan is the one of the two runways used for departures to the north, just like yesterday. Landings still take place on 06, but from 11 o'clock and for the rest of the day, it is expected that the runway use is going to change. Whether or not that's going to actually happen, we'll have to see. What that means for us is that cargo lux is expected before the Polderbaan is going to be used for arrivals, so that's probably still going to go to the Kaagbaan. Emirates A380 expected shortly after 1, should go to center then. And also Compass Cargo flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, more or less simultaneously expected within a few minutes after the A380. Orange Pride is expected around 1:30. Would make a nice last airplane of the day perhaps. There are also 747s underway from Miami, but these are expected not before almost 3 p.m. There's also 747s underway from the east, but these are expected for tonight. So that is about what is going on here right now. The weather itself, not much to write home about. Cavoke, it's already 17 degrees C, 54 degrees Fahrenheit. No, 64 degrees Fahrenheit. So nice warm day already. Standing in my t-shirt and my shorts. Shorts today as well. Yeah, already. So yeah, a very good morning to all who have joined. Marja, goedenavond. Wolfgang, good morning. Marissa, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others. Jörg, good morning. And see, we also have a celebration already early in the stream. Frederick Sands, good morning, goedemorgen. 17 months of membership by Frederick Sands. Frederick, good morning, goedemorgen. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, my friend. Hope everything is still to your liking in the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. Upwards and onwards, just like this 737. KLM flight 1043 to Birmingham, a 737-800. Doekman, Martin, Siegfried, Monzi, Edwin, goedemorgen. Richard, goedemorgen. Bear with me, good morning. Dans, good morning. Klaas, goedemorgen. Annemieke, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Alright, now. Bird controllers over there. And the next airplane coming this way should become visible pretty soon. KLM flight 713, which will be leaving for Paramaribo. Now, in the meantime, more people are joining. Bear with me, being one of them. Good morning to all the mother duckers. Bear with me, says, and is bear with me is also celebrating 5 months of membership this morning. Good morning. Bear with me, you mother ducker. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope you still like it in the lounge. If all is well, we should have plenty of stroopwafels again, but do let me know if other things are running short. Let me see if I can put them on the groceries list. So yeah, I had a thumbnail of the A340, which if all is well should leave to Paramaribo before 11. Fingers crossed it will. If you can hear some crackling, I'm readjusting the position of my DJI mic transmitter. A little bit more to the back. Clipping it onto my t-shirt with a magnet. Trying to get it such that it is constantly in line with my receiver. So it's more towards my back on the side. I also have to make sure that I don't continuously bump into the transmitter with my elbow. So it's always a bit fiddly whenever not wearing a parka, where I just put it in the front pocket. Fritz, guten Morgen. Gravely Lewis, good morning. Marianne, goedemorgen. Aviation by Jensen, good morning. Leon, goedemorgen. Louis, goedemorgen. This is KLM flight 713, our first 777-300 which will be leaving for Paramaribo. And if all is well, Suriname Airways should also take off with their A340-600 later in the morning. Before 11, before the expected runway use change, I should say, is being effectuated. Hope I'm not sounding too stuffy. Trying to go without nasal spray. If it does become too problematic, I will resort to using it again. It's that time of year again. Let's just keep it at that. If you hear splashes, it's the fish doing woohoo. The firefighters are also coming. They'll be passing by in the foreground from the left in a couple of minutes. Happy New Year! Happy New Year to you all. And a happy Sunday to you all. Paul, goedemorgen. Familie Sloos, goedemorgen. Sahil, goedemorgen. Good morning. So the firefighters are coming this way. K2 is celebrating with fireworks. The fish are also celebrating with fireworks. And this is KLM flight 713 to Paramaribo. Coming this way. It is a 777-300 PHBVC, Bravo Victor Charlie, 16 years old, first flight May 2009. It is gorgeous weather once again. The only thing in the sky that you can see, except contrails, is the sun. Well, no, wait. Technically speaking, there is a little cirrus veil over there. But you have to look very closely. Well, don't look towards the west, towards the sea, because you can see more white at the western horizon, at least right now. Usually as the day progresses, that usually reverses and more clouds can be seen to the east, land inward, and more blue sky towards the west, where the sea is at. Next airplane to take off is going to be KLM flight 1303 to Gdansk. It's number 175. Abhishek, good morning. Harman, goedemorgen. German Monster, good morning. Bombardinette, goedemorgen. Cor Visser, goedemorgen. Hey Zakkers, goedemorgen. Mike S, goedemorgen. QJ, goedemorgen. Jack Chips, goedemorgen. Infinity, goedemorgen. Johan, goedemorgen. Good morning, one and all. This Embraer 175 is 7 years old. First flight January 2018. It's flying to Gdansk in Poland. KLM flight 1303. Aer Lingus flight 603 looks to become the next airplane to take off from this runway. It's leading the way. Embraer from 190 to Inverness is also coming, and we have a Delta A350 also coming this way. Constantly stuff going on in the water, splashing. Now there are also water birds. You have to look closely, but there is Donald. More fish doing woo. It's happening everywhere. More ducks as well. The ducks are staying at a respectable distance from the fish doing woohoo closer by. Dutchie XXL, goedemorgen. Jelle Slijm, goedemorgen. Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Kenzo, goedemorgen. Kicks Guy, konnichiwa. Ohayo gozaimasu. Paul H, good morning. How's the cold? Well, it's getting better. I am now trying to go without nasal spray, first time. Still sound a bit foolish, but well, I always sound foolish, but foolish, bit stuffed. I think it'll wear off gradually. Coughing has improved significantly, hardly any coughs left, but then again I also only just now began talking, so maybe in an hour from now I'll be coughing my lungs up, but for now, it looks to be going in the right direction, everything. Beautiful weather indeed, Patrick. Oh, splashdown from Donald just now. And of course, the firefighters. Here they are. That's number 1. That's number 2. And of course, number 3. Toot toot. Meep meep. Good morning, Tanja. De kantoor, RDW, goedemorgen, good morning. Arie, goedemorgen. Pierre, salut. Jux, meep meep. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Well, contrails are visible quite well, so if anything with quad engines is passing me by, either from the north or from the south, let me know. Let me see if I can spot them. Russell Crowe is also saying good morning to everybody. Welcome to the show. Grah, grah. Grah. He's coming to have a look. Do you have food here? Do you have food? Good morning to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, which now is in use for departures, and from 11 o'clock onward is expected to start being used for arrivals, interestingly. BJW Raads, goedemorgen. Peter, good morning. Jay, good morning. Lance, good morning. Colin, goedemorgen. Aer Lingus flight 603 on its way to Dublin, Ireland. A320. And the first A350 of the show has arrived on the scene. Yeah. Delta Airlines flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan. There is some serious woohooing taking place here, which is what the mic is picking up. Over here, KLM flight 901 to Inverness in Scotland, and Embraer 190. Ooh. Lovely predator bird just passed by overhead, but he's continuing. I was talking in bad Croatish, so shut up is what Russell thought. Wolfgang says, yeah. Shut up is what a lot of people think when they hear me talk. Right, KLM flight 901 to Inverness. Now this time for Delta Airlines flight 133 in A350 900 to Detroit, Michigan. This is the November 507 Delta November, 7 years old, first flight January 2018. Gravely Lufus asks, how do you say good morning in Dutch? Goedemorgen. Rise of Dog, good morning. Guten Morgen. So yeah, we're expecting a runway change. Interestingly, the wind is blowing from the east and is actually already, according to the meter, a little bit south of east. Means that on paper these airplanes are now taking off with a little bit of tailwind. From 11 o'clock onwards, Bezoekbus indicates that the Polderbahn will start to be used for arrivals as 18 right. As always, seeing is believing. As long as the runway change doesn't mean 20 minutes of absolutely nothing like it did the day before yesterday. That was terrific, not terrific, terrible. This is KLM flight 1269 to Copenhagen. It is a 737-800. PHBXI, Bravo X-ray India. 24 years old, first flight July 2000. Good morning, Malum. Good morning, Hans, Lane. Annie Q, good morning. Welcome one and all. We have a quartet of airplanes that is now coming this way. That's after this one. It does look like they're all narrow bodies. Bonjour Luc. Bienvenue. Stephanie, goedemorgen. Bram, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Happy Sunday. And happy Mother's Day. Donald has climbed up the concrete slab to have some overview. He's going places in the world. His mate is just sleeping in. It's still early. It's a Sunday. Screw that. I'm taking a nap. I don't care what these airplanes are going to do. In the meantime, we are seeing a cheater on Cheater's Lane. KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki in Finland. It took Cheater's Lane, went ahead of BA. Alan, good morning mate. Vinny TV Adventures, good morning. Frans, goedemorgen. Danny, good morning. Jorn, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, now in use for departures as 36 left. And Bezoek Bas says that from 11 o'clock it might change to runway 18 right and will start being used for arrivals. So seeing is believing, but as long as the runway change, the use doesn't take 20 minutes of us waiting around and nothing happening, it should be well. This is BA on its way to London Heathrow. Right, it looks like another wide body is actually coming this way. A Dreamliner. In the meantime, the firefighters are also busy testing their equipment. Or maybe they're just feeling like they should water the plants. Good morning, Aviation Now. Good morning, Michael. Mike asks about the abbreviations. It's the METAR, it's the weather report, which is updated twice an hour. We'll tell you what kind of weather it is. Let me see if I can take you through it at a moment where it's more calm. KLM flight 1231 to Göteborg is now lined up. Ryanair to Dublin will be next after that. Hadi Gillard, goedemorgen. Stephen Carter, good morning. Willem, goedemorgen. AKA Matus Corpo. Beautiful day here. Nice breeze already. Temperature is expected to climb further. It was already 17 degrees in the METAR when I posted it. That was about an hour ago, the METAR. Or at least I should say it's the METAR of about an hour ago. It's probably warmed up further. Not exactly sure how high the temperatures highs of today were expected, but I think it was upwards of 20 degrees. Oh, bastard! Russell Crowe! Russell Crowe, you jealous bastard! He just now chased Donald back into the water. Donald, who was having a lazy Sunday, brutally chased away by Russell mother effing Crowe. What a bastard. I was thinking it was just Coots that were bastards, but so too. So too are crows apparently. Terribly disappointing. Carlton, good morning. Leo, goedemorgen. Housing Indonesia, good morning. Petro, good morning. Kufor, good morning. Sildedeal, goedemorgen. Ron, goedemorgen. Het Tim zit, good morning. I hear the howling of whales. Air Baltic to Tallinn, spooling up 8220, 300. 7-year-old airplane, first flight June 2017. If you joined us only just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing at the Polderbaan, now in use for departures as 36 left. From 11 o'clock onward, possibly being used as 18 right for the remainder of the afternoon for arrivals. Alright, time for KLM flight 639 to leave to San Diego. Don't think we've seen that very often before. Is that a new destination they're flying to? Good morning Milan. Tomo, goedemorgen. Uffel 80, guten Morgen. Janus, goedemorgen, good morning. Martino, good morning. This is a 787-10 Dreamliner, the PH BKL, Bravo Kilo Lima. 2 years old, first flight June 2022. KLM flight 639 to San Diego. Good morning, what a shame. Ah, it is a new destination since May 8th. So there you go. It's now the 11th. So all right. We can see traffic coming this way. Let me take you through the METAR. Somebody was asking about the METAR, the abbreviations that you see in the ticker. It's a copy-paste of this line of text, and here on this page you can visually see what it means. The METAR is the weather report, EHAM is Schiphol Airport, together with AMS, one of the two international abbreviations. This is the date, the 11th, and the time of the report, 7:25 Zulu time. That's Greenwich Mean Time, and that's 9:25 Central European Time. So this is the report from an hour ago. If I refresh, you will see another one from 5 to the hour. But let's continue with this first. This is the wind. The wind is 10 knots from 100 degrees, and that is visualized over here. This is 100 degrees, just south of west. And here you can see the speed of the wind. Here another indication. KVK means ceiling and visibility are okay, and in the case of Schiphol that means that the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport are clear of clouds, rain, fog, whatever, anything that reduces visibility. Then 17 is the current air temperature, 17 degrees Celsius. 8 is the dew point, the temperature at which water will start to condensate in the humidity that we have right now. QNH is the pressure, it's 1015 hectopascals, and no sig means no significant changes expected in the upcoming 2 hours. A refresh will tell us that the wind now has changed. It's gone a bit further to the south. It says here 110 degrees, 9 knots, the speed more or less the same, but it's gone a bit further to the south. And you can also see 080 V140. That means that the wind direction is variable between 80 degrees and 140 degrees. So it's varying between east and southeast. Still Cavoque, temperature a bit warmer. So let me copy paste that into the report, into the ticker, and there you see. In the meantime, I also see Michael Jackson back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Welcome to all others who have joined. So, at the moment, this runway is being used for departures. How much longer remains to be seen, because the wind, as you guys could see already, is a bit from the south. That means that the airplanes taking off now to the north are taking off with a bit of tailwind. And if you also have a look at the website that is forecasting in the expected runway use, you can see that the Polderbaan, now used as 36 right, left will possibly be used for arrivals, landings as 18 right from 11 o'clock onwards. So it's going to be interesting to see what that means for our ability to see airplanes of interest, squad members and whatnot. We'll soon find out. In the meantime, KLM flight 741 is lining up. It's the KLM 100 years, if I recall correctly. Yeah, it is. It's going to Bogota. That's in Colombia. You know what country lies right next to it? Ecuador! You're goddamn right. This is KLM flight 741 in the 100 years livery. It is the PHBKA, Bravo Kilo Alpha. 5 years old, first flight July 2019. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Just double checking. No locks for the pan and tilt enabled. Hey there, John, good morning. Mr. Singleton back in the chat. And you're welcome, Mike. Good morning, Barak. Louis, good morning. Marco, goedemorgen. Vliegtuigspotters Nederland, goedemorgen, good morning. Blackburst, goedemorgen. Nick, goedemorgen. It's a day of woohoo in the water. The fish are at it. It's happening everywhere. You can see ripples everywhere. The ducks don't know what to do. It looks like they're upset. Russell is also parading around the water, looking around like, what is going on over there? Why is it so loud? Why are there so many ripples? And what are those fish doing? Parallel departures for now. And the Delta A350 spooling up. Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. The November 509 Delta, November, 7 years old, first flight March 2018. Tigo, goedemorgen. Boy, goedemorgen. Bram, goedemorgen. Right. Well, Gary Grebe is also here. It's actually quite busy. Gary Grebe, Ducky's over there. Donald is quacking over here, which you probably are picking up on the mic. More ducks over there. Russell and his mates in the background over there. And the fish are constantly woohooing. Donald is very upset. Here too, more woohooing. Wah, wah. It used to be so calm over here. Can't a duck sleep in on a Sunday? Wah, wah. Poor me. Wah, wah. EasyJet flight 28685 on its way to London Gatwick. Now spooling up, coming this way. It's an A319. 18 years old, first flight May 2007. Good morning, Noah Jens. Jeff says woohooing, more like splishy splashy. Right, we'll name it splishy splashy then. You'll have it your way. Splishy splashy. Roy, goedemorgen. This is KLM flight 661 to Houston in Texas. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner. The PH BKK Bravo Kilo Kilo, 4 years old, first flight December 2020. And those wingtips climbing, rising more than 10 feet. During the takeoff acceleration, of course. Now they're climbing more than 10 feet, but the whole airplane is climbing more than 10 feet. Haha, yeah, I know. So yeah, welcome to the show. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan, now in use for departures. But for how much longer remains to be seen. Bezoekbus is indicating a runway use change. Polderbaan is going to stay open, but from 11 o'clock, possibly for arrivals as 18 right instead of 36 left for departures, like it is right now. Wagner, bom dia. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. This is KLM flight 925 to Edinburgh. 17-year-old airplane. First flight December 2007. The PHBXW, that's Bravo X-ray Whiskey. Air Baltic to Riga. Bombardier C-Series 300 A220 next after that. And after that, a KLM A321neo to Person-Chester, flight 1031. Jerome also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, one and all. Big picture wise, things look like this. This is to the north. This is to the west. This is what things look like to the east. And this is looking to the south. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke. at the moment looks like this. Dick, goedemorgen. And indeed, QJ, might be that we are going to see the Orange Pride land here on this runway later today. This is Air Baltic flight 618 to Riga, spooling up. Fidel Kestrel. High and mighty, helicopter Kestrel, looking for Pinky and Brian. Fidel Kestrel operates an air taxi company for mice. And what a lovely picture of this airplane on flight radar. Have a look at it. Beautiful. Makes me want to go ski. Quite a few ducks over there, and one grebe who's nestled in between. Incognito grebe. Going incognito, living with the ducks. Benvenuto, Carmelo. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, all others. Fish are doing splishy splashy. If you hear splashing, that is it. This is KLM flight 1031 to Persenchester. Fax C. Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Charlie. First flight November 2024. Peter, goedemorgen. Marit, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. Happy Sunday, happy Mother's Day. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan, now in use for departures, but for how much longer remains to be seen. What started as a day with wind from the east-northeast has now become a day where the wind is blowing from the east-southeast. The wind is turning to the south. Means that the airplanes are taking off with tailwind, and better use of the runways would be to do the opposite of what they're doing right now, except that runway 06 will then be closed and they'll start using the north-south runways. Air Serbia, undoubtedly on its way to Belgrade, just now took off from center. And we have to wait a little bit, but not too long, for our next arrivals to depart, if you catch my drift. Two wide bodies underway. In the foreground, Delta Airlines flight 47 to New York, JFK. And that is an A330-300. And after that is KLM flight 755 to Quito. And Tiro says Cargolax 747 is coming, which is going to land. What runway will it be landing on? I think I am going to resort to a puff of nasal spray because I am sounding stuffed very rapidly after blowing my nose. Cargolax 4th for arrival on Kagbaan. If you guys could give me a heads up when it is in the vicinity of Hoofddorp. Hey, 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 hey. I guess I already see it. I already thought I ought to be able to see those airplanes before they appear behind this little, it's the Bilderbos, Rumble Forest. There you go. "400 times digital zoom in addition to optical zoom." In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Babbers, good morning. Patrick, goedemorgen. Hans, goedemorgen. Problem is, here we are going to lose it for an extended period of time. It's not flying high enough to make it above the trees. So only here are we on paper able to see it briefly again. Easiest is to pick it up when it is over there again. In the meantime, Delta Airlines Flight 47 to New York, JFK on the right. And KLM Flight 755 to Quito on the left. For those of you joining later, welcome to the show. Right now, still departures from the Polderbaan, 36 left. From 11 o'clock onward, we might see a change in the use of the Polderbaan. From then, it might become 18 right, and we'll start hosting arrivals. Hadi Clementia, goedemorgen. Nobody is perfect, good morning. Don't tell me that the departure from Delta will coincide with the arrival of the 747. That's almost certainly going to happen, isn't it? In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Hans van Rijssen, who just now gifted 5 memberships. The first 5 gifted memberships of the show, courtesy of Hans. Hans, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your generosity. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will enjoy it from jou. Going to Dutch in an English sentence. Hans, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankjewel to Hans. If you are one of the 5 recipients, don't forget to use those custom emojis that you have at your disposal for a month. Spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you can use as much as you want. Feel free to do so. Don't forget to vote. We're also electing a new custom emoji. What I am curious about is whether or not we still get to see the departure of the A340 from the Polderbaan. Yeah, I think that's where we are going to stop being able to see the 747 in the background. Benny, goedemorgen. Tiro says that the A340 should come to the Polderbaan info as well. Marissa also confirming it is taxiing already and has been assigned to the Polderbaan. So that's good news. This is KLM Flight 755. It's flying to Quito. That's the capital of Ecuador. Finally, proper use of the soundbite. It is KLM Asia, a 777-200 the PHBQL Bravo Quebec Lima, 19 years old, first flight February 2006. No! Reassign to center? No! That is... What? Why? Bastards. Effing bastards. Peter K, good morning. Douglas, good morning. Why? Why? That must be. They must be on drugs in the tower. This is ludicrous. Are they doing what? Why? Center is also expected to be used for arrivals come the runway change, so there's no benefit in other. The only benefit I can think of is that it doesn't have to taxi that long, so that they can prep the runway for arrivals. But bastards. The ducks are also confused. They're also swimming around, staring in disbelief, unable to comprehend what ATC just now did. In the meantime, an A330 quite clearly visible, KLM flight 777, which is an A330-200 to Sint Maarten. Wouldn't we all want to be on that flight? Beautiful Sint Maarten, where you can spot those wide bodies on the beach. Well, the A330 isn't going to wait for much longer. It's doing a turn and burn, actually. So this is KLM flight 777 to Sint Maarten. Of course, it's not a Boeing 777, but an Airbus A332. It's the flock. As in, what the flock did ATC just now do with assigning the A340 to center? The airplane is 19 years old. First flight October 2005. I was about to say 2004. What the fuck? Goedemorgen Zenzi. Stranger, morning mate, good to see you again. Hadi Dirk, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. So yeah, Polderbaan right now in use for departures. Expected until 11. Michael? Michael? I'm like Dwight. Michael? Anyway. KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru. That's right, next to 777-300. It's the PHBVO Bravo Victor Oscar. 10 years old, first flight March 2015, coming this way. Koen, goedemorgen. Arie, goedemorgen. Okay. Flock apparently took off with hot shoes. Only now am I seeing it. Okay. I must admit, this is now a long time that they have their gear down, even for a hot shoe issue. Okay. That's a new record for an airplane with a hot shoe issue. Right, let me walk back. I had to walk around my camera to keep following it ergonomically. Right, that was all the departures apparently. Now it is time for a quick runway inspection, and probably the first arrivals will land in a matter of minutes. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here at the Polderbaan, which was in use for the departures. But the wind now being more from the south means that runway use is changing, or at least that's what they said in the expectations. So Polderbaan was used for departures as 36 left. Now it's approaching 11 o'clock. From 11 o'clock onwards, for the remainder of the upcoming hours, Polderbaan is going to be used, but for landings as 18 right, because the wind has changed. What that means for us is that, well, Cargolux already landed. No, wait. Yeah, no, it did land already. And we saw that. Means that the Orange Pride is probably going to land on the Polderbaan with an ETA of 141, worthwhile waiting for. Jesus is flying to Tivat from London Gatwick. The Emirates A380 is expected 107. That means it's probably going to go to runway center. There's also a Compass Cargo 747 arriving, a few minutes behind the A380. Probably also is going to go to center, but definitely worthwhile sticking around for. Even if it lands on center, we can still see it quite well from over here. Other airplanes that are flying towards Amsterdam are still expected later in the afternoon, or in the case of the 747 arriving from Asia, 6 p.m. So that's well out of the scope of today's stream. I think the Orange Pride is probably going to be one of the last airplanes, if not the very last airplane for today's show. Means that they are now changing and prepping the runway to be used for departures. Yeah, I think, no, this is, yeah, we do have another new METAR from 25. Yeah, wind is firmly now in the east to southeasterly corner with variability south of east, which means it makes sense that 18 right is going to be used together with 18C for arrivals from 11 o'clock onward. It is still CAV-OK, nice warm, almost 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 19 degrees Celsius, 9 knots of wind, no ceiling, lovely summery weather in other words. Quickly pasting the meter in the ticker. And we can also change the runway use. Departures will be 18 left and 18C. And arrivals will be 18 right and 18C. Right, Suriname A340 now taking off from center. The one getting away. Normally speaking, always a candidate for Polderbaan. Then again, now we can see it nicely from the side as well. Now there's the silver lining of it taking off from the center runway. Still, it ought to have taken off from this runway. Have a look just at how low it is flying. Bonkers. Bonkers. No hot shoes for the A340, at least we can see that. Marissa has to leave. I thought you said yesterday you were going to stick around longer today. Well, thanks for stopping by, Marissa. Hope to see you again later in the next week then. Alright, the A340 is underway. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like so. And over here, boo-hooing, splishy splashy still in the water everywhere. Quite a few people have already gathered at the Spottersplatz itself. People sitting with umbrellas on sheets with their own camping seats brought with them. So you sometimes even see whole families with picnic baskets and whatnot making it a day trip to go to the Polderbaan on a sunny day like today. They've closed the blinds in the tower. They know what they did by reassigning the A340 to center. They know what they did and they don't want us to look at them. It's their way of admitting guilt and shame of what they've done. In the meantime, let me quickly switch the filter on Flight Radar and see. Yeah, I've got great news for our members. We can make the chat bleed. The next airplane coming in, the first airplane to come in on 18 right, is going to be something red. And I'm not sure if we can see it already. It is still very far away, but the airplanes are coming. Oh, and I also have to reattach my zoom remote now on a tripod leg that I have it on when the dominant movement I need to make when following airplanes is right to left. Now I need to go from left to right, and that means it's more ergonomical to have the little remote attached to the tripod leg next to it. There's also a wide body contrail passing by here. Let me also have a look. It's flying north of me, west to east. Let's see if we can have a look at it. Is that a maple leaf? Is that Air Canada? I almost thought I recognized a maple leaf on the tail. Right, there it is. The first airplane on 18 right. Luckily we didn't have to wait for an extended period of time like during one of the runway changes the day before yesterday. That was bloody awful. So yeah, once again now we are watching arrivals. And also a massive big thank you to Sander and a warm welcome. Super chat from Sander Sake. Happy Mother's Day everyone. Happy Mother's Day mate. Happy Mother's Day to all of you. Beautiful day here in the Netherlands. Team Ultimate asks if I gave my mom a present. Well, my mom passed away in 2018, so no presents that I can give her. I will go over to her grave later today to water the roses. Got 2 roses over there. Last year they didn't do so well, but this year I am spraying them with anti-aphid stuff once every month, and they're excellent in green shape, but they do need water on a regular basis. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Captain Adibos also back in the chat. Malam, good morning. Peppy Pittel, Servus. Sebastian, good morning. Jobax, good morning. Second airplane that you now see behind it is returning from Persenchester. That's KLM Flight 1030 and Bro 175. Slowly but surely a glide slope is forming. The third airplane should also arrive from the left. Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Right. Time to make the chat bleed, guys. This is Play Flight 460 arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. It's an A320neo. Left Iceland 2 hours and 48 minutes ago. It's the TFPPD Papa Delta. 8 years old, first flight April 2017. There we go. And Team Ultimate says that Worldfly is 4th. The A350 you mean? Excellent. Lovely machine. Howdy Stefan, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others. So yeah, the thumbnail might seem a bit misleading. We began the day with departures. And we did see the A340, but ATC assigned it to the wrong runway. And now, expected to be this case for the rest of the foreseeable afternoon and morning. This runway is going to be used for arrivals at 18 right. That was play. Very misleading. Uh-oh. Jeff, are you going to file a complaint? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Right, Delta Airlines in the meantime on the glide slope, A330, 2 airplane glide slope shot. What else is coming? Hey, parallel. Oh yeah, of course it is 11. So parallel arrivals. Everything arriving from the east is going to center for 40 or so minutes. Third airplane is arriving from. Oh, okay, yeah. Third airplane is arriving from Bremen. That's probably the last airplane arriving from the east that is still going to the Polderbaan. Jeff would like to speak to the manager, please. Speaking. How may I help you, sir? Have you tried turning it off and on again? Let's quickly turn back. It is time for Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Nice combo shot with bird control over there. Delta Airlines Flight 162. 7 hours and 49 minutes on the way. A330-300, 18 years old, first flight April 2007. Man, it looks like it is just floating in the air. Hardly seems to be moving. Oh, don't trip over my tripod leg. Still, despite it looking like it was hovering, still producing quite a bit of noise when the thrust reverse was applied there. And I must have missed something in the chat just now. Thanks, Wolfgang. Let me see. Must have happened a long time ago already. Was it even before playtime? Let me see. I am missing. Let me see. Ah, there it is, Dukeman. Apologies for the delay. It was already a while back. I had to look for it Dukman renewing his membership. Welcome back to the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. Apologies for missing out the initial message. And thank you, Wolfgang, for letting me know. In the meantime, Lisa also back in the chat. Good to see you. And let's not forget the newest arrival here. This is KLM flight 1762, arriving from Bremen. It's an Embraer 175. Flight time 45 minutes. The PH EXI, 8 years old, first flight July 2016. So yeah, if you joined us already in the beginning of the show, you saw that we had departures first. That was when we still had wind from the east, if not a bit from the northeast. Right now the wind has changed and has switched a bit more southerly. Means that we now have wind from the southeast. And that is why from 11 o'clock this runway started being used for arrivals together with the center runway. And I thought I said your re-entry into the Aurora Sky Lounge, but it is your initiation to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Dukman, and apologies once again for missing the message. Sometimes things can get a little bit hectic. Now, if you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many members have gone before you and will happily show you around. Quite a congregation of ducks. Are they all male? They seem to be. There are the coots. Where are the lady ducks? I'm wondering. In the meantime, this is Corendon World to Fly, flight 598, A350-900, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. 9 hours and 10 minutes on the way to our 2 years old, first flight May 2023. Nick says that there's a Globemaster in the sky almost above The Hague. Yeah, I think I do see a contrail. Is it moving from east to west? I do see something, but it is pretty far away. Martin, good morning. Dirkie, goedemorgen. And good morning, Diego. Mac, good evening. Reticent Guy, good morning. Indeed, Patrick, the carp are doing splishy splashy. It is that time of year again. Here it is, the Corendon World to Fly A350-900, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. What a beautiful machine. Looks like a big composite predator bird, doesn't it? In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Chris, good morning. Rutwick, good morning. Welcome one and all. So parallel arrivals now in progress. The center runway also in use for the arrivals from the east. This is KLM flight 1292, arriving from Billund. That's an Embraer 190. Coming to the Polderbaan, we have Iberia Express flight 1791, arriving from Madrid. That would be an A320. And Tina asks how you can see when they use reverse by landing. Well, you don't know if they apply reverse. You need to see that the hatches are opening around each engine. The backside can slide backwards on most engine types. Some, like the A320, have hatches that open, 4 of them. The opening doesn't necessarily mean they are applying the reversers. It might also be what they call an idle reverse landing. Let me see if I can show you. So each engine has reversers. They open upon landing. They are always armed to open, but they don't necessarily they aren't necessarily used, which means you have to listen to actually tell whether they apply the reverse thrust or not. So here you can see on the A320 there are 4 hatches. They open up. And I heard that it was spooling up a little bit, so this doesn't necessarily mean that the reversers are activated. Because some air does bleed away and it does provide some more resistance. It does help in slowing down the airplane, but by actually hearing the engines spool up, you will know for sure whether or not they actually applied the reversers. 2 787-10 Dreamliners now flying parallel to one another to both runways. Over here we have KLM flight 668 arriving from Austin, Texas. And over there we have KLM flight 872, which is arriving from Delhi in India. Thank you, Michael, and you're welcome, Tina. So this is KLM flight 668 arriving from Austin, Texas. No, and that is the wrong label I'm clicking on. This is the right label. Both of them are 787-10s. This particular airplane is the PHBKC Bravo Kilo Charlie. 9 hours and 4 minutes on the way. 5-year-old airplane. And check out the deflex. When the spoilers go up, bam! Maybe you can see it better from the angle we were at yesterday. Here once again you can see that the ring is moved outward. That means that it's at least an idle reverse landing. I did hear some sound of the engine. I'm not sure if it actually spooled up and if it was an active reverser or if it was just idle reverse. Sometimes it is a bit hard to hear. And here we have the 787-10 arriving from Delhi, flight 872. Yeah, I like the look of that. Michael says that some bizjets have clamshells that open up on the top and the bottom, like buckets flipping around. It's actually I find it very funny to see. They always remind me of buckets. Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see bizjets landing here so that we can see those clamshell reverse valves or whatever you would like to call them, to see them as well. Bendago, good morning. Ilko, good morning. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. SMK242, good morning. Right now, Pol de Baan being used for arrivals. We began the stream with departures. Now the wind has changed more to the southeasterly corner, and that's why we are seeing arrivals. We have Transavia, a 737-800 arriving from Meon in the foreground, and a TUI Dreamliner in the background arriving from Boner. Donald and his mate. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. Yeah, that's me. I'm just saying hi, guys. Wah, wah. That's a weird duck. Funny accent. Let's just swim back to the group where it is safe. Herd mentality by ducks. You see it here first. This is Transavia flight 5472, arriving from Meon, bringing mayonnaise. Well, that would be a bit crazy. You can make mayonnaise quite easily yourself in a couple of minutes. And it tastes so much better than whatever you get in the supermarket from a jar. Highly recommended that if you ever want to make a dish with mayonnaise, try making it yourself. TUI Flight 365 arriving from Bonaire. Next to arrive over here, 7878 Dreamliner. 9 hours and 5 minutes on the way. The PHTFJ, 10 years old, first flight January 2015. Thipian says good morning from 10 meters away from your sportlers place. Ah, goedemorgen. was even bezig net, sorry. There was somebody who I saw in the corner of my eye stepping up to me to say hi, but I was really busy because I missed Dukman's introduction into the Aurora Sky Lounge, so I was really busy at the time. Donald and his mate are still quacking. They're still uneasy. You can tell that the carp's splishy splashy activity is a distraction and causing some distress to the ducks. Big picture wise, looking to the south, currently things look like so. Here and there a few contrails are visible. Looking to the west, things look like so. If you look to the horizon, you can still see that above the sea it seems to be a bit more nebulous or cloudy. Looking land inward to the east, you can see even at the horizon everything is blue and crisp. Looking to the north, finally, also everything blue until the horizon stretches. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like this. Avisteria, good morning. T-Mac, good morning. The next two airplanes already visible. KLM, Embraer 175, JetBlue A321neo. The A321neo arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. And looks like there is a KLM E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Dublin that should arrive from the right somewhere, from the left sometime soon. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Ilko for your generous super sticker. Per character flying in the air with a red cape and a smile on his face. Mate, thank you so much for that. Very much appreciated. I do love me some pears if they're nice and juicy. They're ripe right to the right degree. Ilko, thank you so much for your super sticker there. Next airplane to arrive over here, KLM flight 1070, arriving from Southampton. 51 minutes ago it left from there. It's the PHEXU, 7 years old, first flight January 2018. We haven't seen Captain Wheelie in a while now, have we? I wonder if KLM heard or saw the footage and reprimanded the captain in question, or if maybe the pilot moved on to a different airline and isn't frequenting Schiphol anymore. Not sure. Maybe he went to LOT. Because we did see Captain Wheelsky not too long ago. I think that was the last significant wheelie of a narrow body that we have seen in the stream here. Air Baltic flying on behalf of Austrian, flight 379, arriving from Vienna. Hadi Rob, goedemorgen. And indeed it is beautiful weather over here. They call me Am, guten Abend, herzlich willkommen. Schönes Wetter hier. And woohoo, splishy splashy by the carps. It is that time of year again. You can see ripples spontaneously forming in the water in opposite directions that can only be fish just below the water surface. There you go. Now, this is a family-friendly channel, so what goes on over there stays there. Nah, just kidding. Hey, there's Alert, good morning. Mirko, good morning, guten Morgen. This is JetBlue in the wannabe ITA livery. Flight 631, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts, 6 hours and 44 minutes on the way. The airplane is a year old, November 4083 Juliet. First flight was in May 2024, so that means that this airplane celebrates its first birthday this month. Congratulations. Yeah, it's a pretty shade of blue, but I do like the metallic look from ITA way better. This is more high gloss. It looks like the paint is still wet. The metallic look from ITA is just second to none. In my humble opinion, of course. That's just n equals 1. German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1816. Going to the center runway. Bill J, good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Bill J also back in the house. Good to see you. This is an E2 Embraer 195, arriving from Dublin in Ireland. And the airplane that you see on the left behind it is an Embraer 190, arriving from Aberdeen in Scotland. Flight 912. Flying in between these airplanes parallel to the center runway is an Anadolu jet, an A321neo arriving from Istanbul. Hey there, Dustin. Goedemorgen, good morning. E2 Embraer 195. Which I think has the relative largest diameter engines compared to the fuselage size. It almost looks, well, still wondering. I think the 777 also comes close. The diameter of those engines versus the diameter of the fuselage. So yeah, splishy splashy in the water here. A-Jet A321neo arriving from Istanbul. Three hours and 12 minutes on the way. The TC Lur. The airplane a year old, first flight November 2023. Indeed, Maria, liking the stream is a cool way of helping the channel. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribe if you want to help promote this channel and its content to viewers like yourselves who are into live streams like these but who haven't heard of the channel yet. Liking and subscribing is a quick, easy and free way to help this channel reach a wider audience of like-minded people who once, like you guys did, clicked and thought, oh, this is a nice community, let's stick around for a bit longer. Right, that was A-Jet. Now it is time for KLM flight 912, arriving from Southampton. No? Yeah, Aberdeen. Aberdeen. 912 from Aberdeen. And the airplane that you see in the background is KLM flight 682. That's a 777-300 arriving from Vancouver. Hey there, Hamed. Good morning. Bill J has insider information. Captain Wheelie says, rumor has it that he's now with Delta training US pilots. Buffalo says, no way, give him back. And Maria says, 400 plus likes. Thank you for the support today. Yeah, thank you so much. 400 likes already. Thank you all so much. Sarah back in the chat. Minix also back in the chat. Good morning to you both. And welcome to all other viewers who might have joined us later. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan. We began the stream with departures. This runway was used as 36 left, but since the wind has changed to more southeast, now it is being used for arrivals as 18 right, together with the center runway. And we're now looking at the arrival of KLM flight 682 arriving from Vancouver in Canada. It is a 777-300 flight time 8 hours and 22 minutes. Registration Papa Hotel Bravo Victor India. The airplane is 12 years old. Its first flight was in June 2012. And what will be next after that? An Embraer 175 arriving from Luxembourg by the looks of it. And I see that Singapore Airlines flight 323 has taken off from 18 left and is already out of sight. But I see it on flight radar, zooming out a little bit to see what was coming this way. So it's a bit unfortunate. Singapore Airlines getting away. The A340 also got away. Passengers from ATC let it leave via the center runway. Yeah, looking at the fuselage diameter versus the engine diameter. Quite clearly visible, you can see that the engines of the 777 are comparatively smaller than those of the E2 Embraer 195. If you compare the diameters of the engine versus that of the fuselage. Bob is also back, tuning in from Sydney. Hope you've had a good day, mate. Welcome back. Fatbike Dutch, good morning. Morning, good morning. And good morning to all others who have joined. It's a beautiful Cavoquet day here at Schiphol Airport. You can clearly see that. Next up, KLM flight 1710 arriving from Luxembourg, where it left from 45 minutes ago. It is an Embraer 175. The airplane is 9 years old. Its first flight was in March of the year 2016. What will be next after that, I wonder? It's 11:26 now. I'm wondering, Pegasus Air Oink Oink, which we now see traversing Marker Mere, has it been assigned to center, or will it maybe be one of the first airplanes already coming back to this runway, since we're now approaching 11:40, slowly but surely? Air Oink Oink is probably going to the wrong runway still, but you never know. They do sometimes switch those runways up earlier. Usually from 11:40 until 1, only one runway for inbound traffic. That should be this runway, the Polderbaan. A quick sip of AMS vodka to keep cool and stay hydrated. And then it is back to the camera controls. KLM flight 1710 arriving from Luxembourg. It's coming. You can even see its reflection in the dike. Its shadow, I should say, not reflection, shadow. It's already past it, probably. When the sun is at the right angle, the dike in the background, or whatever it is, the mound, a nice canvas where you can see the moving airplane's shadow against. Is this then Captain Wheelie? The answer is no. We do have a waving first officer. Let's reciprocate. Well, he already pulled in his hand before they passed me by. Only the viewers to the north are getting a wave from the first officer. I know my place. That's okay. Hadi Han, goedemorgen. David, goedemorgen, good morning. Right, we have another airplane that is turning in from the left. Embraer 190 gives us a quick moment to have a look at the METAR, see what has changed. The wind was blowing with 9 knots from this angle, and a refresh will tell us that the wind is more or less the same, now 6 knots, 20 degrees C, that's about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Lovely weather, in other words, summery weather. And a beautiful day here at Schiphol Airport to be filming arrivals. The Orange Pride is also coming this way. It's expected between 1 and 2 o'clock. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar, see what is cooking. So, Orange Pride is flying off the coast of Portugal. Its ETA is now 12 minutes to 2. The A380 is expected 9 minutes past 1, and we also have Compass Cargo, a 747-400 flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, and is expected 1:18. Both the A380 and that 747 are expected to go to the wrong runway, but as most of you will know by now, from here you can see the airplanes to and from center quite well, so we should be able to see its landing beautifully from the side. My plan is to stick around until they all have landed. If you don't have to be anywhere, I suggest you do the same and sit back and relax. Plenty more coming. See that Elizabeth is also back in the chat. Good to see you again, Elizabeth. Hope you've had a good day. Here we have KLM flight 1944, which is arriving from Basel in Switzerland. It's an Embraer 190. Flight time 58 minutes. 15-year-old airplane, first flight June 2009. Daniel says A380 over Leiden, Manchester to Dubai. Let's have a look. Think this must be the Emirates A380 Manchester to Dubai then. Yeah, that's quite clearly visible, isn't it? Now there's another airplane passing by a little bit closer by to the other side. Let's have a look at it as well. Bit more challenging to recognize what it is. Is that Air Canada, possibly? Not sure that it is, but there you go. Lovely to see how that control is evolving. Dissipating quite rapidly, an indication of high pressure. Delta A330, there you go. It was a Delta A330. Thank you guys so much. This is not a Delta A330, but a Transavia 737, flight 5676, arriving from the party island Ibiza. 2 hours and 4 minutes on the way, the PHHSK Hotel Simon Kilo Sierra. I knew that. 10 years old, first flight March 2015. And the camera does have a nice zoom, doesn't it, Wouter? Hadi Jeroen, goedemiddag. And thank you Hamed, who subscribed. Thank you so much. Hey, Yo-Yo Hick, tuning in from Riga. Yeah, Yo-Yo hit me up to tell me that it really wasn't the Austrian flag special livery from Air Baltic, but the Latvian flag. Yeah, Wolfgang and I decided to call it the Austrian flag. But of course it is the Latvian flag. It's a subtle difference, just like how the flag from the Netherlands and Luxembourg look very similar. It's just the shade of blue that is a bit different. At least in my color deficient eyes. More traffic. Traveling east to west. No, west to east, pardon. Apologies. West to east, north of me. Still a bit to the northeast of me. Northwest. I keep saying it exactly the opposite, the other way around. Bit further to the northeast of me, already another airplane, but that is further to the north and hard to make out any details in. This is relatively close by, although it's probably already flying pretty far north of me. Is that Singapore? No, that's not Singapore, is it? I'd be able to see the stripe if it were. I'm not exactly sure what it is. Is it an A350 or... No, it's probably an A330? I'm not sure. I'm absolutely unsure. Now, in the meantime, you could probably hear engines, airplanes spooling up. And I think, yeah, center is also being used for departures now. Delta Airlines flight 57 to Salt Lake City. Taking off over there. A blob of heat wave distortion. The higher it moves up, the better we ought to be able to see it. Ah, an air oink oink indeed was coming this way. First airplane back from the east landing here. It means that Polderbaan now has become the only runway for inbound traffic. And thank you Dave Blom for your kind words. Who writes in Dutch? Yeah, well added. Greetings from Delft. And also a massive big thank you to Alan, aka Big Al, who just now gifted the membership. And I see that Christian Foxley was the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Christian. Don't forget to say thank you to Alan, and don't forget to use those custom emojis and enjoy them. There's 32 of them, and you can use them however you see fit. Gary in Amsterdam also back. Frank, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are now at the Polderbaan filming arrivals. Polderbaan, the only runway for inbound traffic until approximately 1 o'clock. Between 1 and 2 o'clock, we are going to see a beautiful grand finale. The A380 and A747 from Compass Cargo, flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, are expected. Now, granted, these two will probably land on 1/8 center, but from this vantage point, we should be able to see them still quite clearly and nicely. A candidate for this runway, however, is going to be the Orange Pride, which will land now shortly to 2, 12 minutes to 2 or something. Should make a beautiful last airplane of the day. Ah, Paul also in the chat, and he says that that overfly was an Etihad 777. Didn't recognize it as such, but there you go. I'm only looking at a 3.5-inch screen in a field where the sun is shining and we have lots of reflections. Even though I have a little cap, a little hood over the LCD, it is still sometimes challenging to see what is happening. This is KLM flight 1406. Landing. Arriving from Paris. Nominal flight duration 44 minutes. It's a beautiful sun-abundant day here. Contrails in the sky. This is south of me. I'm flying southeast to northwest. Not sure if that is British Airways or something else. More arrivals coming. More arrivals coming. Let's see, this would be KLM flight 924 arriving from Edinburgh. Lining up behind SAS flight 821, which is arriving from Oslo. Hallie Martijn, who is tuning in from the Spottersplatz itself. Bit further back. Leon, goedemorgen. SAS has been flying for 1 hour and 25 minutes to get here. Number 195 long range. 18 years old. First flight somewhere in 2007. The month not specified on flight radar. Leon asks if it is possible to connect the field monitor to the camera. I do have a field monitor. I stopped using it because it is too big. Too much surface area that is susceptible to the wind. Too many wind vibrations when the wind is moderate, let alone fierce. It is also why I have resorted to using the blimp full time. Having a microphone on top of my camera only makes the surface area of the whole setup more elaborate. So that is why my ambient audio is coming from, well, you can hardly see it, a blimp. And I only have my phone attached to my camera. Want to make the surface area as small as possible. So a monitor would be possible. It doesn't make it better because it's just a bit bigger, not necessarily brighter. You still have reflections. That is the downside. It's also why I stopped using it. Didn't provide any benefits in comparison with the small screen I'm already using. Stefan is celebrating 12 months of membership, and that means he has gone green today. 1 year of amazing plane spotting. Thank you, boy, he writes. Mate, thank you for the ongoing support, Stefan. Another member has gone green. I'm a happy camper. Greenpeace is also very happy. More green members. But thank you so much for your support all over the last year and before that, of course, as a regular viewer and not as a member. Hope you still like it in the lounge, Stefan. Hit me up if something is no longer to your liking. That goes for all members, new and old. This is KLM flight 924 arriving from Edinburgh. A737-800. With Wi-Fi on board, apparently. Or this is just for mothers-in-law. It can also be that. No windows though. Delta 330, Frankfurt to Detroit. Thank you, Paul. Good question, Daniel, who wonders who will invent aerodynamic video equipment for yours truly. Maybe they should just build a shed, keep everything inside, much more convenient, no wind rumble, no nothing. I'll bring my own coffee maker as long as they provide enough sockets for my electrical equipment. You know what, screw it, just an empty shed with a rooftop over my head, exclusively for me. That'll also do. This is KLM flight 1788 arriving from Hanover. Britty Hopper flying in from Germany. And we have German Airways flying in from the UK. Spice it up and keep us thinking. Happy to hear that everything is still to your liking, Stefan, but do hit me up if anything is running low, if we need to resupply stroopwafels or other stuff. Also a warm welcome back to Lee Spencer. Have a good day. You too, mate. Thank you so much. 37 minutes this airplane has taken to get from Hanover back to Amsterdam. It will need a window, you're right, Sarah, it will need a window. Or maybe a small patio where you do have windshields where you can see through. Or that have windows that you can open if need be. Just like those, what are they called again? Those observatories that you can put in your backyard for your telescope. Where you can just have an open window that can rotate depending on the wind direction and runway use. Attach that to the camera in some way that it moves along with the camera. In the meantime, another celebration in the chat. Wolfgang, aka Austrian Wolf, is celebrating 19 months of membership, 5 to go, many to come. Thanks, boy and family, for all. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Congratulations on 19 months. Thank you so much for all the support, not only as a member, not only as a moderator, but also as a very regular gifter of memberships. I'm sure that a lot of people have enjoyed memberships that were gifted by you. Wolfgang, thank you so much. I'm happy to have you as a mod. I hope you still like being a mod. And I also hope that being a member is also still to your liking. You know how to reach me, hit me up if something is no longer to your liking or if we're running low on supplies. David says maybe we need a new control tower, especially for Boy. Now that would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Filming from above, a bit higher than ground level, does provide more shielding from the heatwave distortion that you see, that this camera picks up so easily. In that respect, having a place higher up to film from is definitely something that I would like. Never had any heatwave distortions problems from P3 back in those few streams that I was allowed to do from them. Russell is investigating. Now, does he have something in his beak or... Yeah, I think he's trying to open up a nut or something. Not sure what it is. Oh no, no. He just has his mouth open. That's probably too cool. I thought he had something in his beak, but I guess I was wrong. Alright, this is KLM flight 1281, no, 84, arriving from Aalborg, and Bro 190. And this is German Airways, the new updated livery. Polka dots. It also now says operating for KLM City Hopper. This is the part I like best. Not all airplane livery upgrades are improvements. This is somewhat decent. Patrick asks if the A380 is expected for the Polderbaan, and the answer is no, it is not. It's going to go to the center runway. Hey there, Lux bro. Good to see you again. Good evening, mate. Ewald, good morning. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan. Well, we have a bit of wind blowing from the east-southeast. And that means arrivals on the Polderbaan. Those of you joined later will maybe only have seen the arrivals, but we also began the stream with departures. Earlier in the morning, the wind was more northeast. Now, what is he doing? Is he sorting grass? Yesterday we saw a coot eating water, and he is sorting grass. What is up with those birds? And Lisa is leaving, celebrating Mother's Day. Enjoy, and say hi to your mom for me, and the rest. KLM flight 1088 arriving from Cardiff. Splashing in the water, those are carps doing what carps do in spring. In the meantime, I have to scroll up because I saw that John Dutch Canadian was at it again. John, mate, thank you so much. Again, 20 memberships gifted by you just now. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will say thank you or dankjewel. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to John Dutch Canadian if you are one of the recipients of his 20, no less than 20 gifted memberships just now. Stupendous generosity once again displayed by John Dutch Canadian, and like I said before, I hope that it isn't money that you need yourself, because I wouldn't feel comfortable when that would be the case. That goes for everybody. Don't spend money on the channel that you need yourself. John, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members, above and beyond. Now, I thought I also saw that Wolfgang remarked that I need a, what was it, mobile something, where you can stand high and mighty. Thing is, you also need to be able to move it where I'm currently standing, because if you're not formally allowed to park on the roundabout at the beginning of the cycling path, and barring any agricultural vehicles, only the police and military police, I think, are allowed to drive over here. I have thought about upgrading to a van so that I have a podium to stand on, just like how Jerry from Big Jet TV has done. But I'm not sure that there are locations here in the vicinity where I would be allowed to park my car for hours on end to do a live stream from. Lord Andrew, good to see you again. Welcome back. Erik, goedemiddag. Frank wonders if Al Bundy is celebrating Mother's Day. Probably not. Probably not. I need something like a periscope, Dirk says. Possibly. Hey, I'm hearing something with a propeller overhead. I'm looking up. The wind is also picking up. I'm trying to pinpoint where the noise is coming from. Somewhere overhead, something with a propeller has just passed by. Thing is, I'm unable to see it. Oh, shoot. That's me accidentally clicking away the live chat. Once again doing it. Let's quickly copy paste that URL. Now I'm not seeing your messages in the live chat because I accidentally went back to the METAR TAF website that I had open before Studio YouTube. There we go, we're back in the live chat. Now going all the way down to the last message, enable split screen and then rotate the phone quarter turn so that I have both split screens next to me. South of me, Antonov. Right, well, there's only a contrail that I can see. I'm pretty sure that it wasn't producing a contrail, the Antonov. This is undoubtedly a regular passenger airplane. Yeah. Yeah. If it isn't producing a contrail, it's nearly impossible to find airplanes in the sky here. Needle, haystack. But really. This is KLM flight 962 arriving from Teesside or Darlington. Wind is picking up, just like it did yesterday. Earlier it looked like it was slowing down a little bit. We began the stream with 8-9 knots of wind, then it turned out to become 6. It's been a while since we last checked the METAR, so after the next landing from Transavia, let's check the METAR once again. Full as well, we should have a little gap between this landing and the other one. This is Transavia flight 6332 arriving from Valencia. 737-800. Yeah, and that was the shadow. It was over there on that dike or whatever, the mound. Whenever the airplanes pass, you can see it. This is the PHXO. 2 hours and 2 minutes it has flown to get here. The airplane itself has been flying for 6 years now, since January 2019. Hey there, Beksabeter. Goedemiddag. And thank you for the kind words. You have a nice day as well, mate. So... oh, shit. I'm once again having issues with my live chat. The window, the text was a bit too big. Let me see, can I fix that? Extremely annoying. The live chat on a split screen doesn't scroll to the very end, and sometimes the font is too big. I have to pinch, zoom in, then I cannot go back to the bottom of the chat. And if I click on it, a pop-up window pops up that is outside of my view, and it stops the chat from updating. So if it works, you really need to let go of it and basically don't scroll. Now, sometimes some of you write longer messages that I need to scroll laterally to read them. I think I have the live chat once again working in a font that I can. It's the font is small enough. Yeah. See, the Paul is also back in the chat. Good morning, Mr. Biker. The carbs are woohooing, splishy splashy. They have been all throughout the morning. This is KLM flight 1292, arriving from Billund, 737-700. 44 minutes underway, 13-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. Now I was going to update the meter. I am going to do that right now. KLM flight 604 is arriving from LAX. There it is, 777-200. Let's have a quick look at the meter and do a refresh. We had 6 knots of wind and I think it must have increased. Yeah, 9 knots of wind. It's 21C. The wind direction hasn't changed. Wind is variable between 070 and 160 degrees. In other words, between east and south, more or less, roughly speaking. Quickly back with full screen so that we can see the 777-200 arrive, and I can paste the meter in the ticker for you guys. The weather report indicating CAVOK conditions still, 21 degrees C, that's 72 degrees F approximately, and wind blowing from the east to southeast. This is KLM flight 604 arriving from LAX. It is a 777-200 9 hours and 52 minutes on the way. The PHBQF Bravo Quebec Foxtrot, another KLM Asia 777-200, 21 years old already this one, first flight March 2004. And we're at almost 500 likes. I saw that Laura already went ahead to celebrate. Flap surfaces look clean. The flap surfaces look clean. Now. Let me also scroll up. And massively thank Laura van der Heijden, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Laura, thank you so much for your generosity. Another 5 members, courtesy of you. And Jerome, also now on a roll. He also just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. So Laura and Jerome, thank you, both of you. Oh, and Jörg too. Everybody, they're at it again. Jörg made Wolfgang as well. Oh, Jesus. Guys. Hard for me to keep up this way. But I'll do my best. There we go. So, a massive big thank you to Laura, to Jerome, to Jörg and to Wolfgang, who all 4 just now each gifted 5 memberships. That's 20 new members courtesy of you 4. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will have said or will say thank you and will enjoy the custom emojis that they now have at their disposal. 32 of them, and you can still cast your vote if you are a member, new or old, doesn't matter. We are running polls to determine which will be the eventual 30-second custom emoji. 2 polls, second round polls. Until Tuesday you can still vote in that, and then the 2 winners will compete head-to-head in the final and 3rd round to determine the ultimate 30-second custom emoji. Don't forget, you can vote if you just received a gifted membership, and if you have a strong opinion about which emojis you like, don't forget to do so. Now, John Dutch Canadian, once again, going at it. 10 gifted memberships just now from him. Really, you didn't have to do that, John. You already gifted more than enough. Thank you so much for your generosity. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will also say thank you. Incredible. What the fudge. John, thank you so much. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, new members. Incredible. I hope that everybody who is gifting memberships spends money that they don't necessarily need themselves, because I wouldn't feel comfortable if it were otherwise. Don't spend money on the channel that you need yourself. John, thank you so much. John, Laura, Jerome, Jörg and Wolfgang, all just now gifting memberships. Thank you all so much, and welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. This is Vueling, flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona. Now, and don't forget, you can also still become a member yourself, just like Harry's Plane Tube just now did. Harry's Plane Tube has become the latest Aurora Skylounge member. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge, mate. As you can see, there are many people that are already in the lounge. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many members will happily show you around and will tell you where you can find all the stuff that is in the Aurora Skylounge. Thank you for your vote of confidence, mate. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, it keeps on going. I have to continually go back to the laptop now. Peter van der Steen, mate, thank you so much for your generous super sticker there. Video game controller jumps up and down excitedly. Peter, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your generosity, mate. Now, another airplane is coming in, and I once again accidentally clicked away my chat window. This is Shamrock Aer Lingus flight 604, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Flight time 1 hour and 6 minutes. A321neo. The airplane is 5 years old. First flight February 2020. I really need to fix my chat window now because I'm not seeing your messages anymore. Long story short, they updated Flight Radar, and now I have to click additionally to get into details of the airplanes. And sometimes I want to go back and I click on the back button of Android, and then it turns out that my active window was the live chat, and that means that I go to the previous page. It means I click away my chat window, and I'm not always able to go back there. And now for some reason I'm unable to copy the URL of my stupid live chat. Copy. It used to work so smoothly. Here it is back. Live chat is open. This is now the last message. Right, re-enable split screen. Think we're good again. Embraer 190 just now landed. Now, where was I? Transavia is coming this way. And I also want to thank Bill J, who just now gifted 5 memberships as well. Bill J, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Bill if you are one of his recipients of a gifted membership. Welcome to the Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Bill. Bill, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. And also a big thank you to Ewald. Ewald, for your super sticker. A Shiba dog shouting good luck in a megaphone. Ewald, thank you so much, mate. Good luck indeed. And thank you for your generosity. Right, so back with Transavia, an A321neo. Arriving from Malaga 2 hours and 29 minutes ago. It left from Malaga. It is the PHYHC. The last letter is one of the first letters of the alphabet, so this is one of Transavia's own fleet. The last letter will tell you if the A321neo is a rental or if it is one of their own. If it is one of the first letters of the alphabet, it's one of their own. If it is one of the last letters of the alphabet, then it is a rental. Last letter of this registration is C, Charlie. In other words, this is a new one. One of their own. There was a helicopter that passed by south of me. It is already further to the west. I thought I saw in a glimpse that it was a police helicopter and not a Lifeliner medical flying ambulance. Right. We have airplanes on the glide slope. Wind is picking up. I think I'm going to enable image stabilizer just as a precautionary measure. It's not very shaky yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it were to turn out to become a bit more shaky. We have a wide body in the background. That is Delta Airlines Flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan, an A330. Before it, KLM Flight 1830, which is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Stuttgart. It's the Papa Hotel, November, X-Ray, Whiskey, which I think we saw leave via this runway earlier in the morning. Wind is definitely picking up. If you are hearing wind rumble, it is probably now, and that is probably coming from my voiceover microphone, which is a lavalier mic that I have attached to the bottom of my cap. It does have a little fluffy thing to protect it from wind, but that's nothing in compared with what is around my ambient microphone, the blimp. Joe Bima is also back in the chat. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Klaas is leaving. He must prepare food for the family. Thanks for stopping by, Klaas. Maybe catch you later, and if not, then hopefully later next week. Harry's Plane Tube wonders if there are any A340s expected. Not today. We should see one again tomorrow. There's one A340-600 that flies back and forth between Suriname and the Netherlands. It left for Suriname earlier in the morning from the center runway, unfortunately. It should return again tomorrow, probably in the early morning. This is Delta Airlines Flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. As you could see, Tina, the slots were open, but by listening you could hear that the reverse thrust was actually applied. You can also see them land, and you can see those valves open, but they land much more quietly, and that would qualify as an idle reverse landing. In the meantime, another wide body is coming in. It is an A330-200 arriving from Bonaire. KLM Flight 765, arriving from Bonaire, A330-200, left from Bonaire 9 hours and 12 minutes ago. It's the PH AOD Fuad. Fuad is 19 years old, first flight was in April 2006. And another Delta A330 behind it, Delta Airlines Flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, lest I forget, let me quickly go back to the computer, scroll up again, because John just now went ahead and gifted another 5 memberships. John, Dutch Canadian made. Thank you so much. Don't know what to say other than thank you, thank you, thank you. Your generosity is unsurpassed. I hope that everybody who received a membership from you just now will say thank you for it and will enjoy the custom emojis that they have at their disposal now. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. John made, once again, thank you so much for your unsurpassed generosity. That is extremely kind of you. 5 new members courtesy of you. Welcome to the Skylines new members. Now quickly turning back. Hadi René, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show. And welcome to all others as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, where there is a bit of crosswind from the right. Can you see? Because the airplane is crabbing, it is pointing away from us. Normally speaking, the predominant wind here is from the southwest. Now it is from the southeast. And the airplanes are crabbing, but they're crabbing away from us. It's like they don't want to look us in the face. I'm not talking to you, I'm looking away. It's as if we are in a fight. And now you can see, upon touchdown, they're turning the nose a bit towards us. And hit the brakes. Much more quiet, even though they were open. I think they briefly applied the reverse thrust, but they already closed the hatches before passing us by. The aviation nerd Milo is also back. Good to see ya. Clemencia, not sure if I already said hi to you. Good morning, good afternoon. So, let's see what else is in the pipeline. Right now, one airplane on the glide slope, KLM 737 arriving from Bergen. Hola! Police patrolling here. EasyJet A319 is arriving from the left, and from the right in the background, probably a bit lower, we should see an A320neo somewhere. It's always hard to estimate where the airplanes are in real life based on what you see on flight radar. Maybe the airplane was already visible, but I'm just not seeing it because of the reflections. Could be. YF 1983, good morning. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Wind is picking up, it's definitely windy. You can see the reeds, you can see the ripples in the water. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke shows a lot of horizontality. Sweetie also back in the chat, good morning. Or technically speaking, good afternoon. KLM flight 1164 arriving from Bergen. And Maria says we have reached 550 likes. Thank you all so much for that. I'm happy to hear you guys are liking the stream, or at least you are liking the stream literally. If you are enjoying the stream and you want to help promote this channel and its content to people like yourselves who are into live streams like these but who might not have heard of AMS Live yet, liking and subscribing is a free and simple way to do so. Most of you will at one point also have stumbled upon a thumbnail of one of my live streams and clicked on it and then thought, oh, this is a nice cozy atmosphere. I might come back here more often or stick around. That's exactly what a lot of new people still need to do. Your likes and subscriptions will help a great deal in promoting that. I see that Jane is also back in the chat. Privet. And over here we have an E2, not an E2, an EasyJet A319 arriving from Milan. Austrian registered OELQD Lima Quebec Delta. The airplane is 16 years old, first flight January 2009. Hans is also back, good to see you, mate. So the airplanes are crabbing. They're crabbing in against wind blowing from the east, so we do have crosswind. You might also hear some splashing every now and then. The carps are doing what carps do in spring in the water, splishy splashy. Next up will be an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Dubrovnik. It's hard to determine if they applied their reversers or not. Airplanes are splitting ways. One goes to the south, the other goes more to the north. This airplane is closest by and we ought to be able to see what it is relatively well, since it is moving away from the sun. Yeah, you guys tell me what this is. Is that United? If I had to call it, I would say it might be United. Also, traffic overhead, I think that's the A350 from Finnair going back to bloody Helsinki. Yep, it is. That is Finnair vanishing into thin air. Yeah, and the wind the wind isn't making it easy to follow the airplane accurately. It was United. Thank you, Duns. Wolfgang says, let's call the fish Howard because of Howard Carpendale. Howard Carpendale. Now you have to remember, I am living under a tree and have been all my life. I don't know who Howard Carpendale is. I do know that the wind is picking up more and more. It's getting a little bit ludicrous. Also a massive big thank you to Johan, who is celebrating 14 months of membership, and he writes in Dutch, how quickly time flies. Mate, thank you so much for your continued support. Dankjewel, thank you for the ongoing support. Hope you still like it in the lounge, Johan. If we're running low on supplies, let me know. I'll happily put things on the grocery list to restock. Thank you, Johan, for your continued support, upwards and onwards. Let's see, the new METAR, is it... Well, no, there's another METAR in 5 minutes, but the METAR from almost half an hour ago was indicating that the wind speed is increasing to 10 knots. Pretty sure it has become more than that by now. Let me quickly paste it in the ticker. Tom Boss is also back. Good to see you, mate. Tuning in from Israel. Welcome back. And Marcos, bom dia, good to see you again, mate. Welcome back, hope all is well. So, let's see. Cargo Lux 747 to Luxembourg alive on the platform, but that's going to 18 left undoubtedly. Wondering where the airplanes are. Oh, right. KLM flight 1044 arriving from Birmingham. Faintly visible over there, still pretty far away. In the meantime, Russell is still over here in the grass. And Carpendale is a singer. Right, well, I never heard of Mr. Carpendale before. And by the sound of it, it's likely a name I should be forgetting rather soon as well. Korean Characters is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Tuning in from Seoul. Gangster Goose is also in the chat. Good morning. Good afternoon. So yeah, it has become a bit more windy. Let's see, can we find a windsock? Probably in the vicinity of the fire station. Yeah, increasingly more blue pills in the air here. You can see that is somewhat of an erection. In the meantime, KLM flight 1044 is approaching slowly but surely. Let's have a look and see what other airplanes of interest are still expected. Looking on flight radar right now, this is what we can see. Cargolux is expected shortly before 3 o'clock. That's too late for me. I'm going to wait for the Orange Pride though, which is expected 1:45. The Emirates A380 still expected past 1 o'clock, so that's probably going to land on 36 center. And not far behind it, Compass Cargo, which is also expected after 1 and coming from the east. So I'm expecting both these airplanes to be landing on the wrong runway, but we should be able to see it quite well from over here. So it is worthwhile sticking around for, because we do have a good view from those airplanes, at those airplanes from the side, from this vantage point. KLM flight 1044 is coming in, and before we're going to follow its landing, let me quickly thank Captain Jerry Donnelly, Jerome, for your super chat. He says in USA use the UK store to buy AMS Live merch. So if you want to buy a hat, for instance, it's best to go through the UK store if you are located in the United States. Thank you, Jerome, for that information, and also for the super chat, of course. I am a bit disappointed that the store still doesn't ship to Australia and New Zealand. Folks over there are unable to buy merch, and I'm not sure if that's going to change anytime soon. Spreadshop is the store I have the merch store with, but I'm inclined to look around to see if maybe there are other competitors that have a wider range, a wider spread. A wider reach, I should say, of countries where they deliver. This is something of a rarity. What you just now saw and heard, it was a KLM narrowbody that actually used its reversers. So those slots are almost always open, but by listening, you can tell if it is actually using the reversers or not. In this case, the reversers definitely were used. What's funny is that you'd think 737s are a dime in a dozen, but when they apply the reversers, they do get gnarly and loud. And Jeroen is back, and Peter is going to the beach. Beach with DT. Have fun, mate. And indeed, Maria, that's a good call. That was a good call of you, I should say. Jerry says, have the merch sent to me, then I will send it to other countries. Thanks for the offer there, Jerome. Robin, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Bill wonders if Russell and Cheryl broke up. I'm not sure that they did. Crow Crew has been more geographically dispersed this morning. So one of them is scavenging over there, and the others are a bit further that way. You can also sometimes find them on the other side of the cycling path, but the field is empty. Well, there's crops now rising from the ground, which is also nice to see. A couple of weeks ago it was all just barren. Now you can see some green is starting to pop up. Not exactly sure what crop it is, but I'm pretty sure we'll see in due course. Maybe sugar beets? So I'm not sure about any breakups, Bill. I haven't seen anything in the gossip magazine, so here we have one of the carps. And I also see that they're now using runway 24, so I will have to update my ticker with respect to runway use, because departures is now 18 left and runway 24. There we go. So yeah, the carps are very active today. Let's call it that. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like this. Bill J says, I ran into another AMS live viewer in Seattle while wearing my hat. Really? That is amazing. What are the odds? I thought you were one of the few, if not the only viewers who was living in Seattle. Just like how I think that Jerry is the only person looking from Portland. And Sarah the only person looking from Boston. Wolfgang says a Lufty A380 passing west to east at Alkmaar. Yeah, I think I have the control in sight. This is KLM flight 1614 arriving from Milan. 737-800, the PHBXD Bravo X-Ray Delta. Flight time 1 hour and 20 minutes. Oh! Another proof that birds are faster than airplanes. Chris Coot outrunning the airplane there. Landing there like, like he's trying to say, I've proven my point. Now, where is that little contrail? It should be over there somewhere. There it is. Lufty A380. Now I have dynamic image stabilizer enabled, but the camera is now at a perpendicular angle to the wind, which means that its surface area is now the biggest. It means that my camera is most susceptible to shudder from the wind, which is now blowing from the right side onto it. Makes it a bit hard to get steady footage. At Schiphol there's always a lot to see. This is flight 263, arriving from Warsaw. E2 Embraer 195. The landing was polished as always. Flight time was 1 hour and 32 minutes. And this airplane is hailing from the year 2024, the month not specified on flight radar. Not only the landing was polished, but the airplane also certainly looks polished. So yeah, the sun is shining, but there is a lot of wind. The wind is blowing from the east this time round. The prevalent wind usually is from the southwest. So the airplanes are crabbing, but they are crabbing away from us, which is why it looks a bit less interesting than when they are actually pointing their nose towards you. More E2 Embraers. This is an E2 Embraer from KLM arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic, flight 1352. Flight time 1 hour and 8 minutes. The airplane 3 years old, first flight October 2021. It's now 12:33 and that means in just over 25 minutes from now the center runway is also going to open up. The Emirates A380 and a Compass Cargo 747-400 freighter flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo will arrive between 1 and 1:15 expectedly. Both are expected to land on the center runway, but from here we can see those approaches quite well. And other than missing the sound, I do like the side shot that you can see, that you can get from over here. Of course, it's always nicer that they land right in front of you, where you can see them and hear them, almost feel them and taste them. However, if all is well, the Orange Pride, which is also expected between 1 and 2, should land on this runway. It is arriving from Latin America. 2 airplanes on the glide slope. In the foreground we have TAP Air Portugal, an A321neo arriving from Lisbon. And the second airplane visible on the top left is Iceland Air Flight 500. That's a MAX 8737. A third airplane should be turning in from the left, somewhere in the background, sometime soon. EasyJet, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Although it's always hard to estimate where the airplane actually is based on what you see on flight radar. TAP Air Portugal, not piloted by pilots but by tap dancers, flight 668. Han is leaving. Thank you for stopping by, Han. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. And we'll see each other undoubtedly later in the week. Reageerder, goedemiddag. Wolfgang says AN12 west to east, north over the north. How far to the north? I do see something that already passed by. East of me. And that passed by pretty far away. Pretty sure that's not the Antonov. I am hearing something. There's also something passing overhead that is producing a contrail that's in my zenith, but that is a normal airplane. I think that the Antonov isn't producing a contrail. The only thing producing a contrail passing overhead is flying to the north. Twin jet. I do hear something. I'm definitely hearing something. I'm hearing it, but I'm not seeing it. Absolutely impossible to see. If it's not producing a contrail, it is nearly impossible to see. Iceland Air, flight 500. And we also crossed the 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Bill J says, signing off for now, sleep is calling. Bill, thank you for joining. Yeah, well, it is nearly impossible to see anything if it isn't producing a contrail. The only airplane that I saw that was producing a contrail is flying over there, and that certainly is no Antonov, unfortunately. Next airplane coming in, EasyJet, arriving from Palma de Mallorca, A320neo. I said A320neo, but it is an A320neo. Lekker. Nice. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Jörg, who just now went ahead, gifted another 5 memberships just now. Jörg, thank you so much, and thank you all so much for 600 likes. You really didn't have to do that, Jörg, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. If you are one of the recipients of Jörg's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you, and please enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. There's 32 of them, and you can use them for a whole month if you are a recipient of a gifted membership. Jörg, once again, thank you so much. Generous AF. And you can see contrails, but the airplanes need to produce contrails, otherwise it's hard to see them. Antonov didn't produce a contrail. And then it is nearly impossible to see. Unless the airplane is really wide or really big, then you stand a chance of being able to see it. This is an Air Baltic A220 arriving from Riga, flight 621. Left from Riga 1 hour and 49 minutes ago. It's the Yankee Lima Alpha Alpha Zulu. The airplane is 4 years old, first flight April 2021. I thought they braked just to give us a wave, but they just wanted to use the first exit. In the meantime, a warm welcome to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Wind is picking up, wind is blowing from the east to southeast, and that means arrivals on the Polderbaan. We started the show with wind from the northeast and departures, albeit briefly. From 11 o'clock things changed and we started seeing arrivals here. Right now this is KLM flight 1602 on the glide slope to runway 18 right. It is an A321neo, it is arriving from Rome. The PH-AXB FAX B, 2 hours precisely underway. The airplane is brand new, first flight September 2024. Faxby has landed. And meanwhile, Johnny Thompson is also tuning in again from the Philippines. Good evening, mate. Hope you've had a good day and welcome back. Contrails in the sky. They're everywhere. Except in the immediate vicinity. Yeah. In the meantime, now that the waters have calmed down, the ducks also seem to have gone, except for this one. They all like that concrete slab. It's as if they like to have some overview over the situation in the water. Hey! That Embraer 175 was leaning in against the wind until the very last minute. That's also a way of correcting for crosswind. You can crab, and that means that you keep the airplane level, but you turn it in the direction of the wind. You can also lean into it, which means you keep the nose in the direction of the head of the runway and of the heading that you're flying to, but you are banking in the direction of the wind. Transavia flight 5146 arriving from Kos is next to land here. Before that, I am quickly going over to the computer and massively thank Arjan van Vught, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Arjan, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Incredible generosity by many members today. A lot of gifted memberships once again. A lot of new members courtesy of several gifters of memberships. Arjan, thank you so much. 5 new members courtesy of you. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will say thank you for it. And will also enjoy the custom emojis that they now have at their disposal. 32 of them. If you're a recipient of a gifted membership, you can use the 32 emojis for a month. Spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you can use as much as you want. The more inappropriate, the better. I challenge you all to get creative. Here, another Transavia, or another 737 I should say, that is using the reversers. Another proof that even though they're a dime in a dozen at first glance, once they use those reversers they can be quite interesting airplanes, those 737s. It's just that most of the vast majority of Transavia pilots and KLM pilots never use the reverse thrust, particularly not on this runway since it is so long. I'm not sure what that bird was, if that's a seagull or a predator bird. It's continuously moving and it's also moving away from me, so it's hard for me to show it. It looked for a moment like it was a predator bird, might have been a kestrel or something else, I'm not sure. But it wasn't sitting still, it didn't land anywhere, so I wasn't able to show you properly. This is passing by east to west, just north of me. It looks like a narrow body of sorts. I do notice that the camera has more issues fighting it out with the wind. The METAR set 10 knots of wind. I'm pretty sure that the METAR from 25 minutes past the hour is going to say something different. I am curious to see what the METAR of 25 minutes past the hour has said. So let's have a quick look at it. A refresh will tell us, yeah, 13 knots of wind. Crosswind from the east means that the airplanes are crabbing, but they're crabbing away from us. Temperature has risen to 22 degrees C. That's roughly 74 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm quickly pasting it in the METAR and then pasting the METAR in the ticker, and then it is back to the camera controls to film the arrival of a 777-300ER. Here we have KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City. It is a 777-300 10 hours and 10 minutes on the way. It is the PHBVD, and that used to be Marissa's beloved SkyTeam livery 777. A couple of months ago they repainted it back into the standard livery. Oh? KLM widebody also using the reversers there. Interesting, interesting. Martin says English is what you speak after going to the dentist. It sure is. John Norris also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. Hey there, Kathy. And all the others who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at a somewhat windy Schiphol Airport, where Polderbaan is being used for arrivals as runway 18 right. And indeed, you're unexpectedly loud. KLM and Transavia pilots don't very often use their reversers. And now, in a relative brief period of time, we have seen and heard more accurately a KLM 737, Transavia 737, and just now a 777-300 from KLM using their reversers. This is KLM flight 1502 arriving from Madrid in España. Next airplane to arrive is from Turkish. Turkish flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul. And Maria is informing us that the A380 has been confirmed to center as expected. This is KLM. Turkish KLM. Turkish Airlines flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. Flight time 2 hours and 58 minutes. That is the nominal flight duration. Istanbul Amsterdam usually averages around 3 hours precisely. It's an Airbus A330-300, 11 years old already. First flight November 2013. Jerry says, I speak English after 6 pints of beer. Me too, me too, me too. Well, 6 pints of vodka in my case. Bogdan is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Bogdan. Welcome back. Hope all is well. And Shakespeare says, 3 more weeks and you will be filming the plane I will be in going on a holiday. Which airplane would that be then? I hope I will be able to film your departure if you're going on a holiday. It is looking like they are almost floating, hovering, standing still in the air. For some reason it appears to me that they are moving more slowly than they normally are. Maybe it has to do with the crabbing away from us. Or maybe I have just lost the sense of speed that you get here when filming arrivals. Of course, we began with departures earlier in the show and those passed by so much more quickly. It's as if you're filming in slow motion sometimes. There are 2 airplanes visible on the glide slope. A third one should appear from the left, although I'm not sure that we can see it. Let me crouch behind the laptop and see, look along with you guys. Is that third airplane visible already or isn't it? I, for one, am still struggling even looking at my laptop screen to see it. Should be a third airplane on the glide slope. Although I am only seeing 2 right now. Oh no, wait, I do see the third now. Finally, that's even on my camera screen. Robin, goedemiddag. Rupsi, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. And the A380 has been sighted in the east of the country. Kathy says, I've never been to Europe and I really want to fly in the European sky. I'm pretty sure that the European sky is not that different from the sky elsewhere in the world, but you're more than welcome to come over and give it a go. This is Transavia. Not using the reversers for a change. That is why I like Ryanair so much. Their pilots often use their reversers here, even if it is decent weather. Always makes for a loud landing when they do. Han's favorite is now next, but Han already left the chat, unfortunately. He has to miss out on it or watch it in replay. If you're watching this in replay, this one's for you, Han. Vueling flight 8353 arriving from Valencia. 2 hours and 8 minutes on the way. 13-year-old airplane, hailing from November 2011. The airplane behind it is an EasyJet A319. And the third airplane now turning in. That's a wide body, that's KLM flight 622. That's a 777-300ER arriving from Atlanta, Georgia in the United States of America. Beautiful 3-airplane glide slope shot there. Jerome says that 83 years ago European skies were nasty. Yeah, longer ago as well. More scales of chimney smoke, and the chimney smoke was a bit more dirty than what emanates from chimneys these days. Here we have Vueling. Now the eternal question, is that dot still in place? The answer is luckily yes. This one's for you, Han. Me myself is informing us that the Compass cargo is expected in 25 minutes from now. Thanks for the update. Should be landing mere minutes after the A380 has touched down. Both of these airplanes are going to land on the central runway, but we know that we can see them quite well from over here. A quick sip of vodka to lubricate the throat, and then back to the camera controls for EasyJet. EasyJet here in the foreground, an A319 arriving from Party Island, Ibiza. 2 hours and 5 minutes on the way. Austrian registered, registration OELVG, Lima Victor Golf. 19-year-old airplane, hailing from March 2006. If you joined us only just now, welcome to the show. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are standing here at the Polderbaan, which in the beginning of the stream was used for departures as runway 36 left, and from 11 o'clock onwards, because of wind direction change, now the primary runway for arrivals. And rather indeed, Jerome, it has become quite windy here. Even though the blimp is hiding a lot of the wind rumble. If you are hearing wind rumble, I think it mostly is coming from my microphone hat. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke over there, indicating a lot of horizontality in the wind. And that means rudder. This is KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. It is a 777-300ER. The PHBVF Bravo Victor Foxtrot. 7 hours and 54 minutes on the way. 14-year-old airplane. First flight January 2011. Rudder indeed. Quite a bit of crosswind actually. Hey, Maria says that the compass cargo has been assigned to the polderraam. That's a pleasant surprise. Is that Paul Wieman who has been calling to ATC to ask for a break, to catch us to give us a break? Center is being used for outbound traffic now. I thought I also saw that they were using 06, but I guess I was wrong. Maybe they did briefly. Quickly correcting what is now incorrect in the ticker. So 18 left and 18C actually in use for... Now you guys must have heard splashing all over. Those are carps doing splishy splashy. Doing what carps do in spring. In the meantime, Transavia is landing, arriving from Alicante. 737-800. Big picture wise, this is what it looks like to the north. This is what it looks like to the west. This is what it looks like to the east. And this is what it looks like to the south. You can see quite a lot of people have already gathered here at the polderbaan, here in the grass, but also at the parking itself. Another Transavia is coming in from Catania. Before that, I'm quickly going over to the computer, because I saw that Maria Spinelli is celebrating 3 months of membership. Maria, thank you so much for your continued support. Congratulations on the 3 months, and thank you so much for your support. Hope everything is still to your liking in the Aurora Sky Lounge. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking, and I will see what I can do to fix it. This is Transavia, flight 5216. And the first airplane to the center runway is already approaching in the background. Parallel arrivals beginning, and that means it is almost 1 o'clock. In fact, it is 1:01 already. So the A380 is going to the wrong runway, but the Compass Cargo 747 is coming to the right runway. We're also in expectance of the Orange Pride. Hannah is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Alright, Transavia A321neo arriving from Marrakesh. So for those of you joining us just now, have a look on Flight Radar together with me quickly and see what we can expect in the upcoming hour. The Emirates A380 is going to land on the wrong runway. It is going away, but we still are able to see it. This airplane, the Compass Air Cargo, will be landing on the runway we are standing next to, and so too expected is the KLM Orange Pride. We're sticking around until all these 3 airplanes have landed, so if you don't have to be anywhere on this Mother's Day, stick around because we are going to catch them all like Pokemon. If you guys are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing if you haven't already. It's a free and simple way to promote the channel and broaden its audience to more awesome people like you guys are. People who are into live aviation streams like these but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. This is Transavia in one of their A321neos arriving from Marrakesh. 3 hours and 12 minutes on the way. The airplane is a year old. Registration is Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Zulu. Last letter, one of the last letters of the alphabet. So this is a rental. And they're using the reversers. Now let's see the Emirates A380. I can already see it quite clearly over there. Emirates flight 147 is going to the center runway, but Compass is going to stick around and is going to the right runway. Hadi Adri, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined, ZK Aviation, and all the others who might have joined in the meantime. You're watching Amos Live, my name is Boy. This is the Emirates A380, flight 147, arrival from Dubai. Approaching the glide slope to 18 center. Not too far behind it is Compass Air Cargo, and it is going to land on this runway. And Harman, goedemiddag, is waiting for the KLM Orange Pride. It is expected in 45 minutes from now and should also be landing on the Polderbaan here. You can see that the gear is still up. It's going to be extended pretty soon. If the image looks a bit shaky and pixelated, that is because it is windy and we're zoomed in pretty far. Pretty soon the gear is going to extend, and it's going to start with the outer main gear, and then the inner main gear will come out. And the 747 is already flying over Markham Mere. Visibility is good today. We ought to be able to see it well in advance, but I'm not sure that I'm able to show you guys since we are also following this airplane. Here you can see the outer main gear comes out first. Then the inner main gear will also extend. Of course, simultaneously to that, the nose gear also lowers. Bam, bam, bam. Hatches close. There you go. Main gear extended. Hi, Afrodite, goedemiddag. Perfect timing indeed. So the 747 will be landing here on this runway. The Emirates A380 unfortunately won't. It's going to the wrong runway. And the Transavia A321neo landing here in the meantime, which you will pick up on the mic. Trying to see if I can spot the 747 already. It ought to be visible if I know where precisely I need to look. Oh, I think I have it. It was in the vicinity of the scale of chimney smoke. Yeah, there it is. There's the 747 that will be coming to this runway. Compass Air Cargo. Combo shot. Combo shot. Right, so the Emirates is the one that's getting away, but in return for its loss, we will be compensated with that 747 that you saw in the background just now. Which has been assigned to the polderbaan. Come on, wind, die down a little. Let me follow the A380 as smoothly as possible. Flying apartment building on wings. What a chonker. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we also picked up some of the sounds of the reversers being applied in a moment. Reversers and Donald. Yeah. I can hear it quite clearly with my old and deaf ears. A380 has landed. Now let's keep our eye on the next prize, which is going to land here on the polderbaan. Compass Air Cargo, flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo. Also clicking on my phone in Flight Radar to get its details up. Flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9906, arriving from Dubai World Center. This is Compass Air Cargo, a 747-400 freighter, 6 hours and 25 minutes underway now. That's the nominal flight duration for Dubai to Amsterdam. 6.5 hours is what it usually averages. Registration is Lima Zulu Charlie Juliet Alpha. Not sure what country it is registered in. The flag shows white, then green, and then red. The airplane is 23 years old. The first flight was in September 2001. So this airplane began its career as a professional airplane right in the same month as 9/11. Now turning in, and there is only one airplane preceding it, an Embraer 190 from KLM, flight 1420, arriving from Nantes. The other airplane just now landed, you heard it on the mic. Bulgaria, thank you Aphrodite, Bulgaria. The wind is still causing vibrations here. I think even more than when we were filming the Emirates. Wind is blowing from behind and from the right a little bit. Seems to be having the nose up relatively a lot. Hey Arie, goedemiddag. Nee joh, er komt de special livery 747 aan nu man. Moet je kijken wat er aankomt. De nummer 2. Compass Air Cargo. Compensatie. Nee, ik vind het niet zo erg hoor als de A380 naar de andere baan gaat, als we er een mooie special livery 747 voor terugkrijgen. Ari just now joined me here. Stopped by to say hi. He said, isn't it a shame about the A380? So I said to him in Dutch, I'm not too bothered by it as long as we get a beautiful special livery 747 in return for it. En de Orange Sprite die komt ook nog. 10 voor 2 ongeveer. 10 minutes to 2 approximately. Coming in from South Africa if I recall correctly. The other airplane landing here is one of two KLM's remaining SkyTeam liveried airplanes. There's a 737-900 and then there was this, the Embraer 190. So yeah, this is Compass Air Cargo, flight 9906 on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, arriving from Dubai World Center. nominal flight duration, and 23 years old already. Going back to the top end of optical zoom and a little bit further back in zoom so that you can see it approach the glide slope. John says it sounds like you're saying compost air. I'm not. Tell that to the birth control. Now, if you guys don't have to be anywhere after this airplane has landed, stick around. We are sticking around until the KLM Orange Pride has also landed. It is expected to land within the hour, and it should land on this runway, the Polderbaan. Compost Air, I like the name of it, John. Compost Air Cargo, flying on behalf of Emirates. Let's hope she'll use the reversers and get loud. If Transavia 737s can get loud on a day like today, so too should this Queen. Ah, no. Just an idle reverse landing. What? That was a bit of a disappointment. I was really hoping for a bit more. Compass Air. Nice compensation for the lost A380. I see a Chinese triple, but it's probably going to the center runway, or isn't it? It was quite silent. What up, Alvin? Mate? Well, if you only joined us just now, like Alvin seems to have, you may have missed the landing of the A380 and this Compost Air Cargo just now. I like the name of it, Compost. So we have Schiphol Birth Control driving around in the yellow Ford Ranger Raptors, and this was Compost Air with a shitty landing. Very quiet. There's a Chinese triple now arriving from Shanghai, but it is going to the wrong runway. Bad timing as always, indeed, Alvin. You can watch it in replay still, though. We started the day with departures, in fact. I think we do have one of the birth controllers here on the runway doing a runway inspection, K2. Or at least it was on the runway temporarily, now seems to have vacated. The wind has changed. We began this morning with wind from the northeast. It has turned to wind from the southeast, and that is why around 11 o'clock the runway stopped being used as 36 left for departures and started being used for arrivals as 18 right. Things are not too bad, Alvin. I'm standing here in a t-shirt and in shorts. Who would have thought that on May 11th it would be warm enough already to do so. So yeah, can't complain in that respect, of course. Hope things are also good where you are at, mate. Wolfgang says, I started an airline, buy old airplanes, call it Recycle Air. Recycle Air. Just like compost. Like this airplane is called. Monster Tube asks, where is the Pride right now? The Pride is expected within the hour, so let's have a quick look and see where it is currently at in the sky. It is north of Paris and still south of Lille and Belgium. Its ETA now, as it stands, is 1:48, so that's in 30 minutes from now that KLM Orange Pride is going to land. Let's have a look at the Chinese triple that is arriving from Shanghai in China. China Cargo Airlines. That's one getting away. However, there is another wide body also coming this way. Delta Airlines flight 144 arriving from Minneapolis. I thought. No, Seattle. Looked wrong. Overlapping. Labels. The Pride in 30 minutes, indeed. I'm also getting a PayPal notification from Buddy Den Hartog. Keep up the work and buy yourself a vodka. Buddy, mate, I hope you're watching. That was a very generous PayPal donation just now. Thank you so much, Barry. I hope you are watching. I will get me some vodka pretty soon once I'm done dieting. Still on a diet, so I will have to refrain from drinking alcohol until I'm done with that. But thank you so much. I will definitely reach out for some vodka. Some real vodka after I'm done with the diet. Now in the meantime, also over here, once again, it's raining gifted memberships. Think it might have to do with the fact that we crossed through 700 likes. Thank you all so much for the 700 likes. And a massive big thank you to Jörg and to Wolfgang, who both gifted 5 memberships just now to celebrate. Thank you both so much, Jörg and Wolfgang. Both of you really didn't have to do this. You both know that. And you keep doing it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Unsurpassed generosity by Wolfgang and by Jörg just now. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. If you are one of the recipients of a gifted membership, don't forget to thank the gifter, whoever it might have been. If you don't know for sure, at least give a shout out to whoever it was. Don't forget to use the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. If you receive a gifted membership, you can use all the 32 custom emojis that members have at their disposal. You're also eligible to vote in the custom emoji polls that run for members. First round resulted in 6 suggestions out of 24 that now compete head-to-head in 2 polls, second round polls, lasting until Tuesday. The 2 winners of the 2 polls will fight it out in a final head-to-head third round poll to determine which will be the eventual 30-second custom emoji. You can hear splashing, and that's carbs doing what carbs do in spring, creating offspring. This is Delta Airlines flight 144. It is arriving from Seattle, Washington. Michael DCA is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Yin Team Stripes is also back in the chat. Good morning and good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of day it may be where you are at. Delta Airlines flight 144. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Delta Airlines using the reversers. Hard to miss. Arriving from Bill J's hometown of Seattle in Washington. 9 hours and 52 minutes it took to get here. 17-year-old airplane, first flight August 2007. Submate says there's another 787, another 747 coming in from Miami, but that is expected shortly before 3, and that is too late for me. I am going to wrap up after the Orange Pride unless something with a wide body is landing right after it. Tina says, now I know. Yeah, so those hatches almost always open. Hardly ever do you see a no reverser landing. It's almost always at least an idle reverse landing. But you'll hear it when they do apply the reverse thrust. Donald is sitting on one leg and he is enjoying the sunshine over there on his concrete slab in the water. And indeed, Aphrodite, this one had more sound than the compost had. Hell, even a regular Diamond a dozen 737 when applying the reversers has more sound than, produces more sound than the 747 did. It's exactly this reason, for this reason that many KLM and Transavia pilots almost never use their reversers because of noise abatement, and the runway is long enough to roll out. KLM flight 1640 arriving from Turin next to land here. That's an Embraer 190. Flying parallel to it is Sky Express arriving from Athens, an A320neo. E2 Embraer 195 in the background. Hey, thank you Audi, thanks for stopping by. Zei je? Zal ik doen. Die is moeder zal gaan het vieren in België, dus die komt maandag weer terug. Ik zal het doorgeven. Hey, fijne dag man. Hoi hoi. Arie, once again leaving. This is KLM flight 1640 arriving from Turin. Embraer 190 touching down after 1 hour and 24 minutes of flight. Vizy come, Vizy go. PHEZY is the registration of this airplane. The airplane is 11 years old. First flight was in October 2013. And where has Captain Wheelie gone? Now I can imagine with wind that we have today that the pilots aren't very inclined to do long wheelies. Still, we haven't seen Captain Wheelie in a long while now. Sky Express with, once again, although hard to read, but I know it says Greece is bliss. E2 Embraer 195 coming in next. Arriving from Toulouse. And after that is another Embraer, an Embraer 190 from Air France. No, wait, I'm zoomed out too far. An Embraer 190 arriving from... No, wait, huh? Yeah, it is the Embraer 190 from Stavanger. This is the Embraer 195 from the E2 Embraer 195 from Toulouse. And parallel to the next airplane is the Saudia Dreamliner, arriving from Jeddah, which unfortunately is going to the wrong runway, but at least from here we should be able to see it quite well. This is KLM flight 1450, E2 Embraer. Arriving from Toulouse, with nothing to lose. That was the PH NXI, as you could clearly read from the airplane. Roy has to go, talk to you later. Thanks for stopping by, Roy. Hope to see you again soon. We're continuing with filming until the Orange Pride has landed. It is expected in just over 20 minutes from now, and if all is well, it should be landing on this runway. It shouldn't be too far now. Last time we checked, it was flying north of Paris already and was about to enter into Belgium airspace. This is Saudia, flight 215, arriving from Jeddah. 5 hours and 46 minutes on the way. It's a 7879 Dreamliner. The airplane is 8 years old. First flight was in March 2017. You can see just how high those wingtips are. They're actually, I think, higher than the top of the fuselage. Upon deploying the speed brakes, when the spoilers go up, you can see these wings dropping several meters. Absolutely lovely to see. Air France Embraer 190 is coming in next. Air France up. There it is, arriving from Lyon, where it left from 1 hour and 17 minutes ago. Embraer 170 is behind it, arriving from Leeds. That has to be a Britty hopper, even though it is flying on behalf of KLM. KLM doesn't have Embraer 170s in their own fleet, but Britty hopper does. I'm pretty sure I heard the much rumored elephant of Schiphol Airport just now. I was looking around to see if I could spot it, but I wasn't able to see it. Better luck next time then. Air France flight 1796 arriving from Lyon. Air France up and away. Omelette du fromage. Oui, oui. À bientôt, merci beaucoup. Au revoir. Let's see. KLM Orange Pride, where art thou? About to enter into Dutch airspace. Arriving from Sao Paulo. In between Bruges and Ghent. Now entering Dutch airspace. Should be going to this runway. It also looks like there is an ITA Bombardier C-Series preceding it. That also looks to be coming this way. And is there also a Diamond DA42 also coming this way? Interesting. SMK242 says that's what I'm going to make right now, an omelette du fromage. Ooh, enjoy that, mate. Sounds tasty. I don't make omelettes du fromage that often. I do happen to make a simple fried egg, but then on toast with a slice of cheese, which is also omelette et fromage, sort of. That is so tasty. Slice of bread, toast it, and then instead of applying butter, a little bit of mayonnaise, slice of cheese, and then a fried egg on top of it. Bit of salt and pepper. Anyway. Zwaardenburg bound for the Orange Pride. Are they going to direct it to center? Orange Pride directed to center. That's interesting. Aphrodite says that the Orange Pride is now assigned to the center runway. Here we have that other airplane in KLM's fleet that is in the SkyTeam livery. We already saw the Embraer 190. And here is the 737-900. Interesting that they would send the Orange Pride to center. Considering all the airplanes that are arriving from the west that should be landing here. Let's see how this will transpire. So right now it looks like the Orange Pride is going to the wrong runway, even though it is actually coming in from the southwest. Ordinarily, 99 out of 100 times these airplanes would land on Polderbaan if Polderbaan and center are open. Might still change, of course. Otherwise, otherwise we should be able to see it land on the center runway quite well from over here, just like how we were able to see the A380. I wasn't too disappointed by what we could see from the A380. Footage was relatively stable and clear. Of course, it would have been more fun if it had landed here, if the runway is indeed the center runway that it has been assigned to. Right, well, in the meantime, NL plane says ITA Airways also goes to center. Right. Maybe they are starting the runway inspection preceding the reopening of Polderbaan right at the time of the arrival of the Orange Pride and the ITA. I think that must be it then. They're probably planning the runway inspection preceding the closure of the center runway. And that means that temporarily everything coming in will only go to the center runway. I think it has to do with that then. This is the Red Wine Express KLM flight 1442 arriving from Bordeaux, where it left from 1 hour and 26 minutes ago. The PHBCH Bravo Charlie Hotel. Smooth as a mofo. It was a very gentle landing there. John Norris has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Enjoy the rest of your evening and see you later. Right. Well, these things happen. They often check the runway that is going to stay open as the primary runway shortly before closing the secondary runway. So that means that for a few moments, few minutes, everything coming in will go to the secondary runway, and then after the primary runway has been inspected, they're closing the secondary runway and everything is going to come to the primary runway. Since that is the Polderbaan, they're doing an inspection of the Polderbaan probably shortly before 2 o'clock, before closing the center runway and once again letting everything come to the Polderbaan. Either way, we should be able to see it quite well from over here. You guys saw what we were able to see. Hey! Just for a brief moment I was thinking we were going to see a go around, but sticks the landing. Plenty of room, of course. That was the floatiest landing of the show thus far, at least. Why would they use the reversers? How strange. Interesting. Jörg also leaving, has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Jörg. It was nice to have you in our live chat again for almost the entire stream and from the beginning already. Hope you had fun, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. I hope to see you again later next week. Our friendly neighborhood, the police is also patrolling, as they often are. Next airplane coming in to land over here is KLM flight 926. Arriving from Edinburgh, a 737-800. Hadi Robin, goedemiddag. Of Rob, I should say. Apologies. Indeed, the police. Over here, the word is politie with T-I-E at the end. Instead of ice. But instead of saying politie, you say politie. T-S. T-I-E in Dutch is tsi. Petitie. Scriptie. Politie. Hey there, Jeremy. Good afternoon. SAS. Flying in. Flight 557. Next airplane to the center runway is going to be Egypt Air, an A321neo. Not walk like an Egyptian, but fly like an Egyptian. Hey, and there is a bizjet traversing, and I for once see it. No, where? Come on. Need to zoom out a bit. There it is. That's a bitch jet that is going to land on runway 22. Nice. Alvin just now learned something new. Oh no, you learned something on a Sunday. Shame on you, mate, shame on you. God is not going to be happy. Learning is doing something, and it should be a day of rest, shouldn't it? Orange Pride is over the Hague, Dunn says. I wonder how they are going to direct it if it is going to go to center. They usually... Well, no, I think they could just do the same as if it were to go to the Polderbaan. Upwards to the north via the coast, and then to the east, land inward. But they'll just let it continue a bit further to the east and turn into the glide slope of the center runway. Here we have Egypt Air Flight 757 arriving from Cairo. A321neo. Michael also has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Michael. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. See you soon, undoubtedly. Flight time for this A321neo, 4 hours and 34 minutes. There's also a twin jet control coming my way from the east. About to cross over in my zenith. Before that is going to happen, I am quickly going over to the computer and massively thank Jerome, aka Captain Jerry Donnelly, once again for gifting memberships. He just now went ahead and gifted another five new members, courtesy of you, Jerome. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will thank you first of all and will enjoy the custom emojis that they have at their disposal now for a month. Jerry, thank you so much for your generosity, and welcome to the Skylounge new members. Camera is hitting its zenith. I cannot move my camera any higher. I need to turn it around first. It's a bit elaborate. E2 Embraer 195 over there to center. And in the meantime over here another narrow body is approaching. Iberia Express, last to land for the time being, Aphrodite says. This is another one of Hans' favorite, Vueling. Arriving from Malaga. Malaga ice cream. 2 hours and 34 minutes on the way. A320, 7 years old. First flight March 2018. Got a feeling that we still have double-digit wind speed over here. I know if Han is watching in replay, he would want me to zoom in to the dot as much as possible just to see that it is still in place. There you go, Han. Once again, especially for you. Let's take a quick breather and have a look at what wind and other variables of the weather are doing. Yeah, Orange Pride in Dutch airspace. I'll see if I can spot it visually in a moment. Last time I checked the meter, we had 13 knots of wind and it is 12 knots. The wind has turned more to the south, now southeast. Still Cavoquet, 23 degrees C, lovely weather otherwise. Now I'm not going to update the meter in the ticker because it hasn't changed significantly. Joax just made a picture of the Orange Pride. That is good news, mate. I should be able to see it. It is flying over Haarlem now. Don't know what they did with it, but the bastard is hard for me to see. If there are no cloudy backdrops against which... Oh, wait, I think I have it. Yeah, I think I have it. You'd think the bastard would be easy to spot, but in actuality it is more challenging than you might think. Now, where did I see it? Let's see, the bushes are over there, so it's a bit further to the right. Come on. I'll have to wait until it is in the vicinity of some frame of reference, like a lantern or something. This is KLM flight 706, arriving from Rio de Janeiro. 10 hours and 44 minutes it has flown to get here. Annoying AF, I was able to see the Orange Pride visually, but then I struggled to get the camera in, to get it in view in the camera. And now it is so far away that I'm once again struggling to see it. Wait, now I do see it. It reflected a little bit, and it reflected right somewhere over there. Pretty sure I should be able to see it. Let's see if I can. Still nothing, damn it. I saw a glimpse of it. It reflected some light when it was turning in. Right, Iberia Express arriving from Madrid, A321neo. 2 hours and 7 minutes it has taken to get here. The airplane a year old, first flight July 2023. Blue sky is nice, but it is a bitch to find an airplane if there are no clouds or other frames of reference that you can guide your camera by. It's already hard to see the airplanes as it is, and then you also need to look it up in blue sky. Everything is blue, the whole backdrop is monotonous. What a chore. Alright, Orange Pride should be turning in. We have an airplane that we can see over here. That would be the Embraer 190. And if we just zoom out a little bit and gradually move to the left, we ought to run into the Bombardier C-Series 100 from ITA. On paper, now we're already at the glide slope of Polderbaan, so that didn't work. Let's try that again. This is an airplane that we can see. ITA should be behind it. Yeah, once again, not seeing it. This is an airplane that I can see. Luckily, this is an Embraer 190 arriving from Bilbao. KLM flight 1524. Gary Greben's mate are over here in the water. Coming this way. Right, I do see another airplane over there. That is ITA. Great, so at least that one we have found now. ITA Airways flight 114, and behind it, now I see something. Now I finally see something. The Orange Pride. About damn time. Holy shizzle. Right. Well, there it is. Last airplane of today's show. The KLM Orange Pride, the PHBVA. We saw it arrive yesterday, and then we also saw it leave for Sao Paulo. It is now full circle that we see its arrival once again, although it is going to the wrong runway. Flying as KLM flight 592. It is a 777-300ER. And it is arriving from Sao Paulo. That's in Latin America. You know what other country lies there? You're goddamn right. The PHBVA is just as old as the Dupree, the airplane that we used to know as Chucky. First flight was in January 2008, and that makes it 17 years by now. Eddie also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Just in time for our last airplane of today's show. Indeed, Jawux, 777-300ER. And as expected, right now there is a bird control. There is a runway control, a runway check by the bird control in progress. And that is preceding the reopening of Polderbaan as the only runway for outbound traffic. So yeah, this is the last airplane of today's show. I'm already going to head and thank all of you massively for joining me here today. Wonderful day here, lovely weather and a lot of activity. We started with departures, then it quickly turned to arrivals from 11 o'clock onwards. We saw the A380, the 747, the Orange Pride. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I certainly have. If you want to help to promote the channel's content and you like the stream, don't forget to leave another like. It really helps to bring in new viewers. Liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to do so. A massive big thank you for the heap of likes that were given already by you guys today. Also a massive big thank you to everybody who donated. A lot of gifted memberships, a lot of new members. Thank you all the donors who gifted so many gifted memberships today. Also, thank you for becoming a member yourself. Those few who did do that by themselves, you can also do that. A big thank you for the super chats, the super stickers, PayPal donation also, thank you so much. Any merch store purchases that might have happened in the meantime, thank you all so much. The support is overwhelming and you guys are what makes this channel so great. Thank you all so much. And lastly, a massive big thank you to all the moderators who once again today made sure that the chat was a welcoming place to everybody. The Orange Pride has landed and I can just about hear its reversers. On that bombshell, it is time to end. The weather for the upcoming weeks looks to be pretty good. Let's have a quick look before closing. You can see that if my window in window works, we are going to expect beautiful weather for the next foreseeable weeks. Sunshine, warm summery temperatures, although most of the time wind from the north. So yeah, hope to see you again on a Thursday. For now I'm going to say goodbye. Thanks for joining and I would like to see you again soon. Thanks for stopping by and see you later.